sitte.
Ja, vi får sitte ved siden av hverandre. Dear colleagues, friends, guests, welcome to this what looks to be the final conference of the TaxCapDev network. Pleased to see so many people that over the years have contributed to the network and its activities. On behalf of myself, for those that don't know me, my name is Morten Bøås. I'm a research professor at the Norwegian Institute of International Affairs. I should also have been present yesterday evening, and that didn't happen due to circumstances beyond my control. But I'm very happy to be here today, and I'm also happy to be here together with my good friend and colleague Odd Helge Fjelstad from the Christian Michelsen Institute in Bergen. The two of us have been sharing this, sort of co-sharing this network now for how many years it is?
It's 10.
10 years, and it's been a journey, Odd Helge, and it's been very interesting from the first years with a huge conference in Bergen that came just after the Panama Papers, to the various events that we have, big and small. I would also like to sort of, Andreas Fjeldsgaard from the Norwegian Tax Justice Network is here, and I would also like to mention the important role that Andreas and his colleagues, and also those that were in the in tax justice before him, have played a very important role in the activities of the network. We are also very happy with the support we have gotten from Trond and others from the Norwegian Tax Authority. I mean, there has been a lot of people who sort of in various capacities has contributed to the network. I'm also very happy to see some of our African colleagues are here. Julia from the World Bank that we collaborated with in what I think was an important event in Dakar. There were my good friend Abdul Wakab Sissé played an important role in organizing that one. So, I mean, I think that we, in various ways during these 10 years, we have done what the network was supposed to do. And that was both to organize research, to communicate research, and to try to link various environments working on sort of the nexus between taxation and state building together. And could we have achieved more? Yes, probably, but with the relatively limited resources, and we are of course very happy with the trust that the Norwegian Research Council gave us when they have sort of 10 years funded this network. But I mean, it's not sort of that they have given us a huge treasure chest of money. So I think that with the relatively meager resources we have achieved quite a lot. So I'm very happy to sort of send this off with this conference. Hopefully there will be some new initiatives that comes out of the various activities that the network has contributed to. So I mean, it's not the end of the journey. This is not the end of the story of research communication around these crucial issues of taxation, state building, and particularly sort of the issue of taxation, state building, and fragile states. I mean, this is as pertinent as ever, I would say. I was very recently at the Lomé Peace and Security Forum in Togo, and the situation in parts of West Africa, and particularly the Sahel, is even more dire today than it was just a year ago. So, and yes, there are violent conflicts there that needs to find its solution, but the causes behind these violent conflicts that we now see raging in parts of West Africa, but also in some other parts of Africa, like DR Congo and so on, they are, yes, I mean, unfortunately in some cases, I mean, jihadi theology plays a role. In other cases, it's sort of other types of grievances that are at play. But underneath here is in many ways these sort of desperate and sometimes violent carving for a state that actually works for the people that live there, and particularly this enormous amount of African youth. And we see this rising up in different, again, installations across the continent, be it the tax riots that we have seen in Kenya. We see it now, Generation Z rising in Madagascar. But I also believe that some of the things that we see with regard to the support for the coupist regimes in the Sahel are also an other installation of the same phenomenon. I mean, youthful Africa that is sort of rising up in protest, both against unfair international conditions, but also in protest against old leaders that have not managed to create a real social contract between the elite and the population. And in this social contract, if it is to work, I mean, one needs to find a meaningful way also of how to tax, who should pay, but also what kind of rights and obligations people should have when they pay their tax. And this has been one of the key problems here, that people feel that they are forced to pay tax without getting anything in return. And of course, if you don't get anything in return, you're just coerced into paying. Why should you then pay? Well, I mean, you don't want to pay because you're in this state that has never given you anything. We'll talk more about this in a forthcoming session, but I think that when I look back on these 10 years, I think that one, not the only one, but one of the important things that this network has contributed to is to try to establish that link between fragility, state building, and taxation. And I'll just end by saying that there is often this misconceptualization and misunderstanding that in a weak state, the state is absent. It isn't. The state in Mali, for example, is extremely present, but it's present in a bad way. It's just causing problems for people. And how can you then talk about a social contract? Well, you really cannot. It's just a bad imagination of the state. And these are some of the things that one needs to turn around and that we need to continue working with. So, I mean, it's been a journey. And I'm very glad that I have been able to share it with Odd Helge. We didn't know each other very well. We knew about each other, but we didn't know each other very well when this whole thing started. But I mean, I think that we have not only become good colleagues, but I consider you also as a good friend. So it's been a very pleasant journey, and it's been very pleasant to sort of share these 10 years with you. So, and also with other people like Andreas, Abdul, Trond, Peter, I mean, there are Lucas, I mean, there are many people here, Sansia, who has played an important role in this. So very happy to see you here, and looking forward to the discussions that we will have during these 2 days. And before I leave, Andreas just asked me to inform that for those that are going to the dinner, it's at 6 o'clock. And if you don't know how to get there, we can meet outside the premises of NUPI at 5:30. And with that, I just leave the final word to Odd Helge.
Thank you so much, Morten. And there is one issue you did not mention about our relationship. We are also lookalikes, and almost like twin brothers.
Yeah. Separated by birth.
So, well, over the next 2 days, we will reflect on what we have learned these years, as mentioned by Morten, on the fiscal contract, on fragile and conflict-affected states, on financial secrecy and capital flight. And we will ask where the field should move next. At least that is our ambition. A central question is whether the fiscal contract remains the best way to understand state-society relations, or whether new perspectives or maybe also conceptual tools are needed to capture the changing realities of taxation, inequality, and governance. I will also take this opportunity, Morten, here to thank our partners from Tax Justice Network, CMI. We have a formal collaboration with REPOA in Tanzania, with Sansia Blackmore here from Africa Tax Institute, University of Pretoria. We have also a quite extensive network to West Africa, Dakar, Liberia, and so on. So what started as a network mainly involving a few Norwegian researchers has expanded widely. And I will thank our partners for this collaboration, the contributors, participants, for making this gathering possible. I think the strength of the network has always been the diversity of voices it has brought together. And I'm confident that this final conference will be no exception. And with those words, I warmly welcome you to this conference. And I look very much forward to the discussion ahead. Thank you so much. So we are moving straight into panel 1. And the panelists can join me up here. Peter, Sansia, Lucas, and Trond. I will introduce you when you are seated. Yes, this first panel has the title, Is Taxation Development? And maybe I should introduce myself also. I'm Odd-Helge Fjeldstad from the Christian Michels Institute. I'm research professor there. And I'm also affiliated to the University of Pretoria, the Africa Tax Institute, where I have this wonderful title, Extraordinary Professor. I really browse about that. I don't think people realize what it means, but okay, it sounds nice. And I will guide you through the discussion. Taxation has been described, as also mentioned by Morten, it has been described as the backbone of development. And donors, governments, and civil society often tell us that raising more domestic revenue will finance schools, hospital, infrastructure, and so on. And that paying taxes builds stronger ties between citizen and the state. But is the story so straightforward? We know taxation can create accountability, but it can also deepen distrust. It can reduce inequality, but also reinforce privilege. It can build stronger states, and in some cases, fragile ones. So the real question is not simply how much revenue can be raised, but rather when, how, and for whom does taxation actually contribute to the development? Is taxation development? So today, here in this panel, we are fortunate to have a diverse panel. We have Peter Ringstad, who is senior advisor at the Department of Governance in NORAD. And before that, Peter was political advisor at Tax Justice Norway and also co-founder of the network together with Sigrid Klevo Jacobsen. Then we have Sansia Blackmore, tax policy specialized and affiliated to the Africa Tax Institute, University of Pretoria. We have Lucas Cartera from REPOA. He is research director. REPOA is a think tank, research institute in Dar es Salaam. And then we have Trond Jøringdal, who is program manager at the Norwegian Tax Administration, head of the international relations, and currently based in Nairobi. And you have also extensive experience from other African countries. And together, the panelists will help us unpack the assumptions behind the taxation development nexus and challenge whether taxation is always or even usually development. So I have an opening question to each of you panelists. And I would like each of you to reflect very briefly on this opening question. What makes taxation developmental, and what makes it fall short? Very brief, Trond. Will you start?
Oh, yeah, you can start.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Cool. No, I'm trying to be brief. Talking about the taxation is it's not like taxation boost the GDP or something like that. So we often see like taxes, as you mentioned, it can contribute to development and growth through what they provide of public services. We also see taxes as economists, at least creating distortions to taxpayers, right? Both companies and persons. So I will dwell a little bit about that, because tax administrations, where I work and come from now, we try to also minimize distortional effects by reducing. I can say that we have a slogan actually in Norwegian tax administration that goes like, make it easier to do it right and harder to make it wrong. And that with reference to compliance. So what we're trying to do, and also what we're trying to do in partnership, actually to promote growth and development by reducing compliance costs for companies. We mainly work with companies though. And also to educate and guide taxpayer. And then is one other aspect I like to mention as well, and I just want to highlight the money lost due to profit shifting for multinationals. And normally we talk about international agreements as a solution here, illicit financial flow and tax evasion, tax avoidance. But also we see that something can be solved by building capacity and increase the competence. So we believe that also this, and this is revenue from abroad, right? So it also can increase revenues and also be a potential to foster development. And then you ask what is the pitfalls, or what is like where it fell short, and that is probably obvious, but you see there's a lot of corruption in government that undermine the legitimacy of taxation and undermine trust to government. And also, I would say what we see a lot is lack of will to tax the big companies and the wealthy individuals that has the actual ability to pay tax. So it's like, just lastly, an important point, however, is that nothing is black and white here. We believe that building capacity can solve something and actually contribute somehow to progress and development. The net effect is, of course, discussable here. But actually many organizations and tax authorities have solid ambitions and want to actually change. But then then the political context is difficult, of course. That was just what.
Thank you so much for reflections. And then we move on to Lucas.
Yeah, thank you very much, Odd. And of course, Trond has given a broader perspective on how the tax can be development. So I'll just add some few issues. For a country like Tanzania, which has a lot of development challenges, poverty is quite high, unemployment is high, access to social service is quite poor, particularly to areas that are in rural areas. So when tax can be development if it addresses those development challenges. For instance, in the situation where poverty is quite high, we know that poverty manifests itself in the absence of social services. When taxpayers' money is spent to improve social service delivery, access to education, school, ensuring that the quality of those services are quite good because they are the services that are accessed by the poor segment of the population, then that's where we can see that tax is development. But also in areas like unemployment is quite high, and probably the reason is because of the lower skills. Therefore, the local jobs are taken by the foreign citizens. So at that point, if the government spends its money to improve skills development, then we see that the tax is directly addressing development challenges. But of course, when that doesn't happen, when you see that the tax money is spent for benefiting the higher income segment of the population, it's only the elite that benefit. The tax system is not fair to the extent that poor people are paying more proportion to their income than the rich people. Then we see the gap between tax and development. I think, given the advantage of time, I should stop at that point.
Yeah, we will proceed on that discussion and maybe also get more reflection directly with example from Tanzania.
Sure.
So, Santia, what will you focus on when you ask the question as tax? What makes tax developmental or not?
Thank you, Art. And of course, implicit in the question, what makes taxes developmental, is the notion that taxes must be made developmental. They are not automatically developmental or even socially beneficial. And of course, we know the history of taxation in Western Europe, which is the story of a benign instrument that's linked with society's advancement and participatory politics and the development of human rights. And that cannot be assumed to repeat itself automatically in different contexts. And we know that taxation in itself does not drive that benign path. I think there are two things specifically that I may mention in this regard. The first is that modern taxes are, of course, a very complex instrument, and it's often handled by technocrats that are tasked with revenue mobilization, and they chase stringent revenue targets that they must meet. And in the process, one gets the sense that the initial justification for taxation is losing importance, which was that taxes basically embody the social norm that members of society must give back to the society that they live and work in. So the moral justification for taxes is in its reciprocity and, well, to the greater good, of course, and it's a social instrument primarily rather than perhaps a revenue instrument. And the success of taxation should be measured by its social return, what it accomplishes socially, not by the massive amounts of revenue that it can generate. The second thing that I would like to mention is the institutional environment. Now, that's a statement that's almost become trite. It's so common to mention institutions. But it is the institutional traits of a society that shape its incentive system. And these incentives steer all decision-making, either in alignment with development objectives or countering these objectives. As explained by Morgan Robinson and, of course, specifically by Douglas North and a few others, institutions are the rules around which a society organizes itself, and these are written and unwritten rules, as well as the traits of rule enforcement. And all of these interact to create a context-specific institutional mix. Now, the observable formal rules, like the constitutional checks and balances, are meaningless unless enforced. And therefore, the second and third classes of institutions are possibly more consequential, with the second being the society's rule enforcement traits, which reflect, for instance, whether the executive is made to account to society. And rule enforcement, in turn, is a function of the third class, the informal institutions like norms and values, and these determine society's attitudes towards engagement with power, perhaps its sense of empowerment and its proclivity to demand tax reciprocity and accountability. Now, the mix of these three sets of institutions shapes the incentives and the reward mechanisms that drive decision-making in a society. Now, in conclusion, I think I would say that taxes are unlikely to be developmental, where this institutional mix creates an incentive structure that rewards the use of political power for self-enrichment, and the rules of accountability are not enforced or demanded to be enforced.
Thank you, Sansia, and I believe your reflections here, your arguments here is also very much connected to your experience from South Africa.
Exactly.
Yeah, we will probably hear more about that.
Exactly.
Peter, what do you say?
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the invitation to this very esteemed panel. And you are here asking the questions and asking me to provide answers. But I must say that maybe as much it's us that needs help from researchers such as yourself to give us guidance and answers. But from the perspective of NORAD, which is a development agency, it's of course the ideal, sort of theoretical ideal is that we support governments to help raise revenues, and then these governments can spend those revenues towards supporting the welfare of their citizens, which is their responsibility. As we know that tax is a core of state. It's a core of state capacity and capabilities, and it's sort of a core way that governments have ability to do things. Well, we know that states and governments, they fail in all kinds of ways, and we know that, or we've learned that even governments and institutions that we have thought of as quite solid is perhaps more fragile than we think. So I think how states fail in having sort of a developmental impact of tax is as complicated as the state and state building in itself. But I think we learned from history that there's been no developmental states that has brought their societies and countries forward without building a strong capacity to extract revenues from that society and to spend those revenues towards the goals and the developmental priorities that those states have. So at its core, it's very much linked to the ability of states to deliver long-term development. But how to get there is very tricky and complicated.
Yeah, that's a fair response, but I think I will follow up with you, Peter. Donors, they have increasingly, as you also indicated, promoted domestic resource mobilization as a development priority. But from your perspective, from your experiences, what has been achieved, and where do you see the limits of equating tax reforms with developmental progress?
Yeah, so I need to start, I think, maybe by challenging the sort of assumption or the question a little bit. Having domestic resource mobilization and taxation as a core part of development efforts was put very firmly on the agenda maybe in particular in 2015 with the Addis Financing for Development UN conference, where a lot of countries also pledged to double the efforts to support domestic resource mobilization. And countries managed to achieve that during around the next 5 years. We saw a doubling or we saw a strong increase in development efforts that were channeled to supporting domestic resource mobilization. And Norway doubled their efforts as part of this. What we've actually seen since is a decline. And if you take into account inflationary aspects, which we tend to not do when we count aid, of course, but then we're right now somewhere around the same place where we started in 2015. So if you look at this part of the aid world, it's around 0.2% of total official development assistance. It's not huge, but it's not nothing. It's quite substantial. So what has been achieved, it depends a lot on your perspective. If you're starting looking at sort of Africa, for instance, which is the focus of the Norwegian development efforts, and looking at have we been able to support governments to increase their revenues, it's a very mixed picture. Some countries have seen decreases in tax to GDP, some have seen increases. So I think maybe it might be an unfair sort of perspective to judge whether we have succeeded or not, given the resources that have been put into it. I think what we have done in the past, let's say 10 years, is that we've learned a lot about what can be achieved when the conditions are right, and sort of what type of development assistance that has proven to be successful. But a lot depends on actually the government itself and the conditions for whether or not these types of development assistance can actually be sort of owned. The structural shifts and reforms can actually be owned by the countries themselves.
And in your review, and based on your experience, do international donor agendas on taxation sufficiently align with domestic political realities in lower and lower middle-income countries?
So someone once told me, when there's a newspaper headline and it's shaped as a yes/no question, then the answer is always no. I think donor countries are extremely varied, also in how they are set up to give development assistance. And development assistance is a part of, in general, for countries, it's a part of tools that they have that serve a lot of interests, including their own interest, including foreign policy interests. And in that, it's clear that adapting to domestic political realities is often, a lot of times, these institutions are not set up in a way that can easily respond to that. I think we're quite lucky in Norway to have, we have Norad, which is a specialized directorate that has a quite clear mandate to take decisions based on where we see the most development potential. We have quite little sort of direct political, let's say, political interference in terms of other specific political priorities in specific countries, for instance, which means that I think for us we can try to set ourselves up more than a lot of other donors to take into account these types of domestic political contexts. But as if you see donors as a whole, I think it's hard to see that will be the sort of level where domestic political realities will be taken into account. So maybe the question then is rather, how can we design agreements and support to partners that can respond to the political realities and to seize on political opportunities. And there, of course, a lot is going on right now with the complete reform of the UN system and the aid system more generally, because it's facing extreme cuts from the US and the UK and other countries. So I think that's maybe the place to start, at least, is that the multilateral system is rigged in a way that they can operate coherently and in coordination and respond to the domestic political context. And then some lucky countries like Norad or Norway can perhaps try to go even further as single donors. But I think for the world as a whole, that's perhaps hard to achieve, unfortunately.
Thank you so much. We move on to Sansia now with in-depth knowledge about South Africa and other countries in that Southern African regions. From a research and policy perspective, in Africa, how do you see taxation contributing to development beyond revenue generation? Does it build stronger states and society, or are the effects more mixed?
Thank you, Odd. And as you and I have often discussed, South Africa is in tax terms really a special case with many context-specific idiosyncrasies. I'll try and point those out. But following democratization, of course, in 1994, South Africa did have all the makings of a context where significant tax collections seemed set to catalyze social transformation, the inclusion that we needed to emerge from the abolition of apartheid. So it seemed very likely that a productive fiscal social contract might emerge. And the three avenues, of course, that would typically translate transaction into development are first the alignment of the interests of state and taxpayers. States benefit from a large tax base, will likely then incentivize productive economic activity. And second, tax collection, of course, requires a capable revenue authority, and which capacity may then diffuse towards other important state departments and improve service delivery. And the third avenue, I think, is both the deciding and the most challenging conduit from taxes towards society's progress. And that is through the state-society engagement that taxes incentivize in a manner that's sort of well explained in the tax bargaining literature of Wilson Pritchard. So in that literature, taxpayers care how taxes are spent, and they are generally more willing to make demands from governments, and governments normally then care about taxpayer happiness and will try to build trust, especially in democracies, of course, where taxpayers are also the voters. And this creates a mutually beneficial reciprocal fiscal relationship, or the so-called fiscal social contract. But importantly, this type of benign social contract represents a set of written and unwritten rules and rule enforcement that incentivize governments to govern honestly and citizens to pay their taxes. So the incentive structure is well aligned with development and progress. Now, tax collection in post-apartheid South Africa is often cited as quite an achievement. Our tax collection resembles that of a high-income country. However, the transformation and progress that these high taxes should have brought for us did not materialize. What we now have are about 30 million out of a population of 65 million. So 30 million South Africans, nearly half of our population, live off tax-funded state charity in the form of really small cash grants. We also have the world's highest inequality and unemployment, higher than before we democratized. Our economy, which was once the industrialized powerhouse of the continent, has now been stagnant for a decade and is a significant drag on the region, with growth forecast at less than a quarter of the region. And behind this economic decline are state-imposed supply-side constraints in the form of massive infrastructure failures, particularly in the form of energy supply and logistics like road, rail, and port services. Now, in tandem with this rising economic hardship for the average South African, a shadow state has emerged over the last 2 decades, and this has established a politically connected and protected class of billionaires, and the central objective, obviously, of the shadow state is to use political power to divert from public funds. And to gatekeep this lucrative source of wealth, the police service, the prosecutions authority, elements of the judiciary have all been co-opted, which has now paralyzed our criminal justice system and basically channels of horizontal accountability. And while transformation visibly fails, a government that's ideologically quite tied to centralized command and control has doubled down on coercive transformation interventions that are seen as increasingly burdensome on investment, production, and employment. But again, the overarching explanation appears to be that this institutional mix has produced an incentive structure that is misaligned to what we are trying to accomplish. rewarding patronage and penalizing productive economic activity. So the question is, if we are a democratic fiscal state, why don't we have outraged demands to end this extractive downward spiral? And some suggestions why might be that the fiscal priorities of the 30 million citizens that are desperate for cash grants and the crucial services that they cannot afford, that their fiscal priorities center on keeping what they have. They've been politically leveraged to let executive excess slide. Now, this has worked for 30 years, but there's no question that this relationship is now changing. The ANC is hemorrhaging legitimacy and support. But what about taxpayers? Our tax to GDP ratio is around 28%, 40% of which comes from just over 7 million individuals out of 65 million that pay personal income tax. And 1/3 of our personal income tax is paid by 200,000 individual taxpayers. So it's a very progressive and a very concentrated system, which of course is expected given the inequality. Company income tax contributes only 6.5% of taxes, and it's declining given the economic stagnation. 62% of our taxes just pay for salaries of government employees and interest on debt. And if one adds those cash grants, that takes us up to 76% of our tax revenue, which leaves about 24% that must be divvied up amongst crucial services, which of course would have been the case if we didn't have this massive diversion of tax money. So taxpayers are subject to heavy enforcement, but the idea of tax bargaining for more accountable and responsive governments not entertained.
Time's
Right.
out.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I have one conclusion? No, no worries.
No, thank you so much. I think South Africa is a very interesting case. Because in some ways, South Africa is a tax state. You have a tax to GDP ratio of 27, 28%, which is it's the OECD level almost. At the same time, you have this huge inequality, and the tax base is quite narrow. As you mentioned, around 7 million people of a population of 65 million contribute to the tax base directly at the national level then. And then more than 30 million people are living on the grants, small grants to survive. So the question is here, how can is it possible that such a system can sustain in the longer run? Or why has it sustained since 1994? Because those who are paying taxes in South Africa, the 6-7 million people are middle class and up, they don't get much services from the government. They are paying for private school, private hospitals, they have security, private everything, still they pay. Is the tax system more or less designed, or to some extent designed in South Africa to keep the majority of the poor people quiet? They get the small grants so they can survive. If not, they would go to the streets, and really there will be a revolution. Or can you reflect very briefly on that? Is that a part of the reality, part of the situation?
For sure, Odd. I think the true answer is probably a little bit more complex historically and politically to do full justice quite briefly. But I do think that in essence, if one can possibly reduce it to the bare minimum, one could say that the grant recipients, I think a World Bank report has actually called it, they've been compensated for the lack of empowerment. So all of the empowerment happened at the top 10%, and conditions got significantly worse for the mass, for the broad-based mass, right? And that they were sort of kept sort of abiding, compliant, quiet, acquiescent by cash grants. But of course, they also now experience service delivery failures. Like there's normally a lot said about access to services, but there's a huge difference between access to services where a government contract is given to a friend, to a relative, for many millions, and the pipes are possibly installed, but there actually never is water in those pipes. So access has been lauded significantly, but it didn't mean that the services actually reach the citizens. So many of the poor are these days also very unhappy, despite cash grants, about the service delivery failure, which is really, really pervasive. And that's caused a lot of, so that's, I think, why the ANC currently is bleeding legitimacy, and taxpayers are viewed, because the numbers are small, their unhappiness doesn't matter. It's democratically inconsequential. So they primarily viewed not as voters, but just as sources of funding for a government. And of course, what's happening now is as patronage is bleeding our tax revenue, they're constantly looking for more and new taxes to try and compensate for what we lose through corruption. And that system is not sustainable. So one hopes that this will change through the electoral mechanism. But I think going back to what Morten said earlier about a weak state, not an absent state, it's a harmful state, and I think that's where we are. Our state is not seen as just absent. The state has become the main harasser, both of business and organized economy, and also of poor people. And I think that realization is dawning, and that's also not making things better, it's making things less stable. And one hopes that democratically things will improve, and if there should come a change, that it would not just be the next usurper waiting in the wings to fill the institutions of patronage, that it would in fact be a more accountable system that comes into place.
Yeah, there are worrying signs, but let us hope and pray. We move on here to Lucas. Your research in Tanzania captures citizens' experiences and perceptions about taxation. How do ordinary taxpayers view the link between taxation and development? And do they see taxes as fair contributions or as burdens without much return?
Thank you very much, Odd, for the nice question. And for sure, as you pointed correctly, rapport together in collaboration with other institutions like CMY, NUPI, and the other institutions, we have been doing a lot of surveys in this area. And as you may be aware, Tanzania has undergone a lot of reforms to improve tax and tax administration. But of course, there has been a lot of challenges around that. And when we go to the citizens to ask them about linking taxation and development, it comes out clearly on a number of issues. One is, as presented earlier, fiscal contract. They always want to see that they pay to the government and the government bring back services. And a number of surveys that we have done has shown clearly that even, for instance, when you ask them the question about why should the people pay tax, they will put it correct that we are paying to enable the government to spend it on social services. So that shows clearly the relationship that they would like to see. But of course, even when you go specific to issues like, would you like to pay more taxes if the government were to improve services than they are currently being, you see again people supporting that assertion that they will be willing to pay more taxes if the government is willing to improve social services. But of course, issues around tax being an instrument of accountability. Governance is an important component of development, and of course, taxation has been linked by common taxpayers as an instrument of promoting governance. You see people are becoming very positive to pay taxes in areas where the government is transparent in terms of informing the public on how much money has been collected and how they are going to use them, and even the direction of spending the money. So that has been linked very well in the survey. You ask the people, why do you think the people are not paying taxes? They will tell you clearly that because they don't see transparency in tax payment, you don't know the rates that you have to pay, and it's not very clear who should pay what, because at some point people doing the same business are paying differently, which also leading to distrust between the taxpayers themselves. So again, they look at tax as an accountability instrument whereby the government can hold citizens accountable for not paying taxes, but citizens also can hold the government accountable on how they spend the public money to development. Again, they also look at it as an instrument of equity. we have done also a number of surveys, including the famous Afrobarometer. Last year, Afrobarometer asked the question about which problem what is number one problem you would like the government to increase spending on? And health appeared number one, then issues around employment, and then water. So these are areas, you see the way the people are trying to see that the government addresses development challenges like employment, like social service, health, education, water, through taxation. So they look at, taxation is looked at as an instrument of promoting equitable, because these are the services that are mostly used by the poor people, and of course, accessing them is an important. Of course, when we come to the question whether the tax is seen as fair, contribution or burden, we have done also a number of surveys, including recent survey, which was focusing on trust and norms. And of course, when you ask them about whether taxes promote business or counter-attack business development, a majority of the people say that it constrains business because of the rate of taxes, because of the information flow, and of course of ad hoc changes on taxes. They can't predict, industry like hospitality, they can predict their flow of income for the next year. They know a number of beds that will be occupied because the tourists are always planning ahead of time. So, but then all of a sudden, when they have accrued all the money, changes are coming, rates are changing. So that kind of taxation distorts investment decision. And of course, there was also a question about whether you have postponed or changed your investment decision because of meeting tax obligation. Again, more than 70% of the people said that they had faced that challenge of postponing investment decision or deciding not to invest because of meeting tax obligations. So again, in that aspect, you see that the people are viewing tax as something that distort the investment, but also issues around the cost of compliance, how many forms they should fill, how much times they should visit the revenue authorities to reconcile documents. That takes a lot of time again. So just paying taxes also spend a lot of time cost to meet tax obligation. So again, this shows that taxpayers view tax system was distortionary instrument. I think I should stop at that point.
Yeah. I think that what you ended here is very consistent also with what Trond mentioned initially here, what the technical assistance provided by Norwegian Tax Administration and other tax administration is on the issues related to compliance, how to enhance compliance, but also reduce compliance costs and so on. And when Peter talked about development partners, you say, okay, it is difficult here to give a general overview of it because there are so many different approaches, many donors involved. And to some extent, that is also the case when it comes to technical assistance from tax administrations to African tax authorities. And Trond, from your perspective, your extensive experiences with technical assistance to a number of African tax authorities, what conditions are necessary for taxation to foster development? Is it about technical capacity, transparency, political will, better coordination between different providers of technical assistance?
Oh, thank you very much for that easy question. So again, so it's very difficult. But in short, all three of them, all three conditions are important. I can probably mention more as well. But if you see capacity or technical capacity can bring you to a certain point if you don't have political will. Political will can bring you further. I just have one example I like to say. Recently, a country put forward to the parliament, actually, a proposition to get information from national banks on all individuals' accounts on regular basis. And the tax administration had the competence to do it. They also say that this need to trump the Data Protection Act they have. However, the parliament turned it down, right? And and said this is violating the Data Protection Act, which this is more lack of political will to change, a necessary change actually for tax information. And of course, if you have a true political will as well, of course you need capacity. But if you have true political will, I think also both transparency and capacity will come over time. One thing I also like to mention that, like, building capacity, of course, if you're talking about trust, of course, transparency and accountability, as Lucas talked about, and building trust over time, that takes time. Some of the capacity building we do as well can be done in shorter time as well. Many of the partners we work together with have skills. You know, of course, it differs between Kenya and Zanzibar, for instance, but many of them have skills. The institutional capacity, institutional experience, they lack because they haven't gone through this young organization. You know, they have not gone through a lot of the changes, digitalization, for instance, and they also lack a lot of institutional memory because of lack of documentation and turnover as well. So there's a lot of institutional capacity that can be built in those institutions. And although we have, because we experience the lack of political will in many countries, but we can do something with capacity building that have lasting improvements, so to speak. Just to mention some, it's like better customer interaction that increase voluntary compliance, as well as reducing compliance costs, and digitalization, which is a necessity, not a solution itself, but a necessity. It makes it easier for taxpayers to comply and makes corruption harder as well in many cases. And as I mentioned also previously, the reducing profit shifting. All these have potential at least to reduce compliance costs and to increase revenue, and then again foster development over time. And then again, it's no doubt that the potential could be much higher when the political will is higher. And for us as well, this is also a crucial kind of assessment when we enter into country or partnerships as well, and together with NORAD and the embassies as well to assess that. Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think we should open up for some questions or comments from the participants here, and raise your hand, be short, please, and introduce yourself. Yes, Andreas, you were the first hand up. You can introduce yourself also.
No, I'm just walking.
We can't hear you. You said? Oh, yeah. He is the mic guy. So, hands up, Morten.
Thank you for very interesting conversations with a lot of insights. Just would like to sort of get some reflections from this panel about, I mean, we are going through some important sort of changes, shifts right now with regard to, I was just about to present a paper that I had written together with Andreas at the Norwegian Embassy in Abuja earlier this year. So it was supposed to be presented to the so-called ambassadors for the Northeast Coalition. There's some ambassadors in Nigeria that have taken a sort of try to take a particular responsibility both for humanitarian and development assistance to the northeast of Nigeria. And just before the meeting, and I was supposed to start my presentation, there was this shell shock through around the table. Why? The US aid cuts were formally known. That took away 40% of both the humanitarian and the development assistance to Northeast Nigeria. I mean, I don't really think it has dawned on us how crucial this is. And the reason why I'm mentioning it, because I mean this was also mentioned in the panel. I mean that there is no less ODA. Generally, it's not only the US aid cuts; it's the UK. I mean, almost everybody are reducing or at least not increasing. What does this mean? It means that this possible link between taxation and development becomes even more pertinent and crucial. But my sort of the challenge, where I would like to hear some reflections from the panel, is sort of where we are right now. And we all agree that this is important, although there is a lot of work that remains. We are not sort of saying that we have solved this equation, right? But we know it's important, despite all the challenges that, for instance, Hansi was talking about. What new partnership models are possible? How should Norway, as still a relatively, given our size, a relatively important donor, what kind of new partnership models are possible? Because I think we need to rethink this whole landscape, both bilaterally but also multilaterally right now. Because I mean the changes we have seen in the DC, this is not something that will just be rolled back in a couple of years. Most likely not. Just to think that we just have to sit quietly in the boat and then Trump is gone and then everything is solved. It's probably not that easy. So what kind of new partnership model is possible when it comes to sort of trying to continue to work on this link? Is it possible to try to sort of, can we imagine, for example, that Norway and other like-minded countries now try to reach out to some of the Gulf states? Is that possible? What about China in all of this? Because I think there is a very urgent need to sort of rethink what kind of new partnership models can be possible, both at the bilateral level but also multilaterally. Thank you.
I think we can take a couple of more. Anyone? Yeah, we start with Ingrid there, and thereafter Vilja.
Yes. So my question is about who is paying the tax.
Maybe you say who you are.
Yeah, sorry. I'm Ingrid. I'm a senior researcher from CMI working with Odd Helge. And my question relates to, or I would like some reflections around who is paying the tax and how that impacts on this tax development link. Because as I think Trond mentioned, you're mainly working with businesses in the type of work that you're doing capacity building on with the tax authorities. I think that's the case for many countries, that the majority of tax revenues come from businesses, right? Whereas we know this historical experience with tax causing governments to be more accountable has been driven by personal income tax and individual taxation. So should we expect this tax development link when you tax businesses? Do they have the same kind of impacts on government spending, or do they want something else in return from their taxes? What do we know about this, and what do you think is the effect of the who is paying the tax?
Mm-hmm. And then it was Vilja.
Yes, thank you for an interesting panel. I'm Vilja Håvik. I'm a research fellow at NUPI. And my question is, it seems from the panel that there's one of the major problems is making taxes work for those who need it the most, for the poorer in the population. And you've talked quite a bit about national level tax collection, but just want to ask where there's often a little bit of tax collection going on at the municipal level. The municipal level is often where most of the services are offered, from education, health services. So is there a role for local taxation? Does that play a role in creating a tighter link between taxation and development? And if you can reflect a little bit, reflect a little bit around that. Thank you.
Okay, I think we proceed now with responses from the panel, and I will allocate the first question from Morten to Peter.
Yes.
Are there new partnerships developing? What is possible? And we can then proceed also, what are the role of other donors coming? Morten mentioned China, but India is big, Middle East is coming full force, Turkey and others. So how is this discussion, this new discourse, this new narrative actually affecting your work? And how do you perceive it?
Thank you. It's really the big question that everyone is faced with in the sort of development landscape at the moment. And it's a really good time now to, I think, take stock of what we've learned from not just TaxCapDev, of course, but from a decade of engaging on trying to support domestic resource mobilization. We had this, I would say, this effort after 2015 and the Financing for Development conference there. We just had another Financing for Development conference in a really different multilateral environment compared to 2015. 2015 was, we didn't realize it at the time, but it was a much easier time for multilateralism. Now we live in a very different and difficult, more difficult world for multilateral cooperation. But we actually had an outcome and a consensus agreement around the new Financing for Development resolution in Sevilla in July, which was in a way a success in itself, that governments managed to come together. And within that, there was a pledge to again double the efforts to support domestic resource mobilization. So it's a very good time to think very carefully about, okay, how should we go about doing that? It's true that for a lot of countries, or at least some countries, these aid cuts have hit very directly. And for a lot of other countries, they are also coming at the same time as increasing debt costs, which means that even with an increased tax collection, you might not see much in terms of resources to actually finance social sectors and welfare for the citizens. So it's a very challenging time, but at the same time, I think there are a lot of potential. And you mentioned new donors coming in. I mean, this is something that we see very clearly. There's a lot of actors that want to get much more deeply involved with the multilateral systems. The Gulf states. We see India is very active on cooperation, for instance, on providing digital solutions and South cooperation, and so a lot of these new actors can bring some very interesting things to the table, and might have some more practical approaches that make more sense in the contexts we are trying to support. But of course, it's also challenges a lot of things in the sort of normative approach that we've had to this type of work. If we are going to suddenly join in as co-donors with countries that not aligned on sort of the set of maybe values and things that we have been representing. So I don't have the answers to that, but I think it's a very crucial time to engage with these questions, and for researchers, and to think not just small questions, but to think really big questions around how we will do this type of work going forward.
There was also a question here from Ingrid about actually who is paying taxes in Africa, in most African countries. South Africa is an exception. In general, it's the businesses which contribute most. different types of taxes. South Africa is the exception, where the largest share of national taxes are in the form of personal income taxes from a relatively small segment of the population. But if we look at the general picture, it is businesses. And how does that also affect the work the Norwegian tax administration working? What are you actually focusing? Are you focusing your work on the serious things, or are you stuck up with easy things? Are you doing anything with expanding for instance, the challenges facing the higher income groups which don't pay like high net worth individuals, or do you avoid the problematic things, or are you addressing those things which are important? This is not a yes or no answer.
Thank you again, Odd-Helge. So it's like, I think probably you and Ingrid as well know more about who is paying taxes and development more than I do. But I'm trying to say a little bit how we work and etc. You're right, we work a lot with businesses. When we traditionally started this, it was more about audit and control. And one of the reasons we also don't work that much, or previously haven't worked that much with individuals, were probably that we saw in many of these countries, this is also kind of controversial, right? Personal income tax. When you saw Kenya now, it's like when they try, 1 year ago at least, to increase taxes on necessary goods, and raise the burden for individual taxpayers. There were riots in the street, right? So so we have traditionally more work with businesses, but now we work broad as well because we work on customer interaction, as I mentioned as well, which just cover both tax companies and individuals. So it's not completely only businesses anymore, but we don't much work with control related to individuals. That's for sure. Talking about obviously domestic tax base as well in many of these countries are lower, So that's an obvious answer as well to why business taxation is higher in many of those countries, and it is hard to just switch the and actually get higher taxation on individuals very quickly. But you're very much right, probably. That development is linked to a kind of profound and sound kind of personal income tax base. But it's not like that, and it's not we can kind of affect overnight as well. I think, but if you at least tax businesses in a better way, and you actually tax the large companies as well, you have capacity to actually, what I talked about, find the profit shifting, stop the profit shifting to some extent. At least you will increase your tax base somehow. And then again, if you have the political will to use that money in a profound way, I think you kickstart something as well. So that's my answer so far,
When it comes to we have focused very much on the national tax system, and that is where the bulk of the revenues comes from. But at the same time, we know that there are the local government tax system, all kinds of informal taxes affect the majority of citizens directly or indirectly. Revenues may be very small. This is linked to Viljar's questions. How to address the issues of local taxation, informal taxation. We say that, or often think that people don't pay tax. Well, not to the national government, maybe indirectly through the VAT, but not to direct taxes. But you have all kinds of fees and charges to both local government authorities, to all kinds of non-state actors. And Vanessa, are you here? Yes. We will probably discuss that later during this session. You have done a lot of work on that, and also Gayatri. So we'll hear more about that. So, and I believe, and that is also what we read out of the Vanessa's and Gayatri's research, is that this type of small taxes and informal or local, whatever we call it, also have big impact on people's relations and views of the government, the state-citizen relations here. So Lucas, is this issue something you also look at, and is this the discussion in Tanzania about that there is, okay, we need to focus on the revenue-generating taxes at the national level, but is local taxes, informal taxes, something also which is a part of the debate, and is it, what is the perspective?
Yeah, I think you are raising a very important point on also the relationship between the government and the citizen. It's an issue of discussion there, but of course it has different perspective. When you look at the citizens' perspective on informal taxes, they will tell you that the government is really focusing on collection of taxes from the citizen, and a lot of discussions is on collection rather than also creating environment that they can promote the informal, they can promote the collection of voluntary collection from this sector. So discussion has been about registration of the informal business people, but not creating environment of them to do business to the extent that they can contribute positively to the state. So that's the perspective from the taxpayers.
Building the future tax base. Yeah.
Exactly. But then when we come to the government, they will also discuss about the cost of collection of tax from these people. I mean, they are fragmented, they're everywhere, they are doing business here today, next day it's another location, so it's difficult to locate them. And as the result, for them, it's very difficult to put them back, so they invest very little effort in that direction. So it's really about something that needs a balance between the two, creating environment where they can do business on a permanent settlement, and then they can contribute positively on taxes. That's something that needs to be done, but of course the government needs also to see how they can work with these people, for instance, forming union among themselves in different locations, ensuring that they do business in decent environment, which the government is not investing in that area. So I think it's balancing between the two. Government should create business environment, but of course these people also should view their role in tax payment as mandatory thing. Yeah. But also you raised something about the local taxation. I mean, he's raised about localizing the tax systems so that it can reach the most needed people. And you will say Tanzania is a case. Tanzania is a very big country, so unfortunately, almost everything is managed from the center, and we have a lot of location-specific challenges that the country may address, which means that says we should decentralize power at the local level. Revenue is mostly collected at the center. More than 90% of revenue that is used at the local level comes from the center. But since it comes, the revenue comes from there with areas that they should specifically spend on the basis of national priorities. Sometimes it doesn't go to the most needed people when it comes to specific areas. This area can be addressed by local revenue collection. Unfortunately, in Tanzania, again, we have the challenge of the capacity of collection taxes at the local level. And even those councils that were stronger in collection, some of their taxes were shifted to the central government. It's now reversing, like proper tax going down to the local government. But of course, it created a lot of hardship to the local authorities to deliver services. So people could not clearly see the linkage between what they pay as a proper tax and the expected service in terms of seeing the street light, garbage collection, sewage system improved. So that kind of breaking the linkage come because the sources that were expected to be spent in a particular area were shifted to the central government level. So I think it might be a time now to ensure that two things. One, to ensure that the sources that are meant for local government remain there, but also the funds that are coming from the central government are not earmarked. There should be some levels of flexibility on how to use them on the basis of the need for a particular area.
Thank you. When we well, Morten introduced this conference. You referred also to the tax riots taking place, West Africa, Madagascar, Kenya, and so on. People are rioting because they don't see much in return for taxes paid. They are frustrated about the big corruption, frustrated about abuse of power, and so on. And it's very interesting to compare with Norway. Here we have a number of people who are resisting a fair tax system. They are rioting with the opposite reason here, not because they don't get services, not because Norway is a highly corrupt and power-abusing country. They are rioting for some reason and moving to Switzerland. So I think that comparison would be interesting also to explore. Why are people resisting and fighting and rioting against taxes? That brings me back to South Africa, Zanzibar. We don't see much riots at against central government taxes. There is not big mobilization and people are fighting in the streets, rioting in the streets against the direct personal income taxes paid to South Africa Revenue Services. But at the local level, municipals, there we see there is something happening. People resist. Can you just give a brief background for that and what is happening there and why is this related? What is actually the reason why these local municipal riots? I think you had touched about some of it, but how does it actually materialize? Briefly.
I think what you've mentioned about personal income tax, of course, is that our tax enforcement is structured in a way that a tax revolt is not possible. And I also think it's not advisable because the very first immediate victims, of course, would be the poor because it would be cash grants and so on that would be affected first. So that's not an option. But if one looks at municipal level, following democratization after 1994, the whole responsibility of municipalities changed significantly from the era prior to 1994. They, in addition to the core responsibilities of just plain service delivery, looking after roads and parks and streetlights and so on, they were tasked with a very, very heavy responsibility for transformation, development objectives, and so on. And the argument, I think, that the World Bank has made specifically is that they've been tasked well beyond their capabilities. And they also, of course, have a mandate to tax, property tax, user charges for services that they provide, and so on. So they do have a significant fund of tax money available to them. And in the process, being tasked, they have money available, but they're tasked beyond their capability. I think that sort of set up a combination. And in addition, of course, they are also a very, very important point of procurement. So they became really a target for the misuse of procurement rules to assist the patronage system. And very quickly, one could see service delivery failures. It is a complex system. The Municipal Finance Management Act basically allows for cross-subsidization. So you have your property tax and very expensive user charges in more affluent areas, which are supposed to then cross-subsidize the surrounding areas, which makes sense in metropolitan areas. But if you have a predominantly poor area, there's a very small source of funding that can be collected. So immediately a weakness was visible there, because where would the main source of funding come from? But as I've mentioned, the municipalities, along with the state-owned enterprises being main points of procurement, were really prime targets for patronage networks. And that's become so pernicious. In KZN, for instance, that's been very prominent for some reason. It was worse than in other areas. So it's become such a hotspot for political killings that there's now actually a very highly politicized political killings task team of the police investigating those killings, and it's all about gatekeeping those points of procurement. But as a result, service delivery failures have been really pervasive, and that sparked unrest because that, of course, is immediately experienced. And while it took a time, to be quite honest, we've had 17 years of load shedding, of daily power interruptions, and I don't think load shedding is that unusual. There are other places in the world where it's happened, but I think for a democratic country to have it for 17 plus years, that's unusual. That there was an inability amongst the recipients of services to change that very undesirable state of affairs. So what we do have is service delivery protests. That's quite rife. And now we've got a municipal election coming up in November next year, and that is very, very hotly contested. I think it's generally perceived that service delivery failures will very strongly drive the municipal elections outcomes in 2026, a year from now, and that would be a precursor of what will happen in the next general election, which of course might be an even further move away from a majority for the ANC-led government, which of course now already is power sharing with the Democratic Alliance and some other smaller parties. So we already have a government of national unity, which is actually perhaps more of a coalition government, but still. So I think service delivery failures and those related protests might in fact be driving municipal election outcomes, which might in the end even translate into some changes on national level.
Thank you so much. We are coming to end of this panel, but there is one question I would like each of you panelists reflect very briefly on. And then if, as I interpret the discussion and your comments and reflections, is that if taxation is not automatically development, what needs to be in place? Is it institutions, politics, citizen engagement for taxation to contribute positively to development? Sansia, we start with you, briefly.
Sure. I'm not sure a short answer is possible, but I think I would like to come back to perhaps a broad understanding of institutions, like an open access economy of Douglas North and the narrow corridor principle of Somoza and Robinson, and that entails an empowered society, which you find in your informal institutions. I see accountability as the function of a marketplace. Even if you have those checks and balances built into your constitutions, your legal frameworks, it will not materialize unless there's a demand for accountability. And if we don't have an empowered society that will demand contestation, engagement, accountability, I don't think we will have accountability, and then the chances of a tax system really serving society's interests are probably slim.
Thank you so much. And we move on to Lucas, briefly.
Forward from where she ended, it's really about dialogue between the taxpayers and the tax collectors. So that one make the tax payment to be a fair ground, and in a way that taxpayers will understand their obligation from their perspectives, but also tax collectors will know the roles that they have to play so that the taxpayers feel comfortable to practice voluntary compliance. So I think it's really about the dialogue between the two to ensure that everything can be predictable, the levels of tax, the rates of tax, and the timing of payment is known on both sides, and of course the penalty associated to non-compliance are known. Then that makes tax development, because everybody will meet the expectation of what they are looking for. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Tron, do you remember the question?
Yes, I do. Thank you for the trust. No, it's I think it's very good answers here, and I come back to the also what I said as like minimize distortions in a way. I think both through you know, at the end, of course, what Sanjay says is like about the use of the money, But at least if we're trying to have a tax system that minimize the distortion somehow, you know, resource tax, of course, if you have petroleum, things like that, but also on tax authority that you're trying to reduce the compliance cost at least to make the at least easier for the companies to run their business. I think that will also foster development, of course. But in the end, if the money is not used in any good way, it's like, of course, it's difficult. It's difficult.
Yeah, we agree on that.
Yeah, it's difficult.
Then Peter.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a big question. I think from a donor perspective, I think if you look at the big picture that Morten raised, where you have a lot of countries facing increasing costs to service debt and retreating aid at the same time, in addition to a situation where we've had a lot of, let's say, parallel service delivery structures put in place by donor agencies outside of the government systems that are now retreating or withdrawing. I think we as donors, we have a responsibility to avoid a situation where you have a very big financing gap, and you have a which puts, you know, finance ministries. It's easy to have a situation where they put then a lot of pressure on tax administrations to find that money, and ending up with quite oppressive taxes or new taxes that can give social backlash. So I think we have a responsibility to at least try to see the whole situation, to support now the strengthening of national systems for service delivery, as these parallel systems often retreat, at the same time as we finance within DRM, for instance, tools that can be used, for instance, for analyzing the social outcome of new tax policies, so that governments don't just roll out things that they don't really know how it will hit and impact society, as well as to support work that can increase the accountability of public finance systems, etc., so that the tax money that is collected, at least we also invest in the systems to make sure that the money aren't sort of getting lost along the way. So I think it calls for a very broad understanding of the situation that these countries are facing, and how we can address multiple things at the same time, and not just sort of support full throttle on tax collection, because that might, I think, in a lot of context, lead to social backlash.
Thank you so much, and we are now approaching the end of this panel. I would like to thank the panelists here for a rich and honest discussion, also from very different perspectives, but there are certainly some coherence between you. We have heard now during this discussion that taxation is not automatically development. It can empower, but it can also exclude. So perhaps a sharper question in this context would be, if taxation doesn't automatically build development, should we instead be asking whether it builds states, and if so, what kind of states? So, and these debates will be carried through the conference, and we will now soon move into discussions on fragile states, capital flight, and beyond. Looking forward to that. So I think we should give the panel a good big hand. Thank you so much. Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, thank you.
And in about 15 minutes. I'm sorry to interrupt the coffee break, but we need to get started again. So if you could please fill up whatever you need to fill up and take your seats, please. Okay, welcome back. I think we got off to a very interesting start with the first panel, so we'll try to follow up in this one, where we have called this Taxation and State Building in Fragile States. What have we learned? And I think in many ways we will sort of start from some of the same issues that also was raised in the first panel. But we'll probably move a little bit we'll be on the sort of national scene of taxation, but also on the more also on the local level. And I do think that's important, because I still remember quite some years ago, I was involved in with some colleagues from Belgium and from DR Congo in designing a survey that was conducted in some neighborhoods around the Panzi hospital in Bukavu. And this was a survey done in neighborhoods that they were not among the poorest, but they were not middle class either. These were people who were just hanging in there. They either owned or had contracts on their small properties, and that was and some of these houses had some gardens attached to it where they could do some small-scale cultivation. Most of the inhabitants also had some sort of jobs, either self-employed or they were employed by somebody else. So they were but they were poor. They were just hanging in there in many ways. And the purpose of this survey was to look at how much do these people actually pay with regard to local taxes, local fees, but also informal fees. And what we found was that relatively speaking, the tax pressure on people in this neighborhood was much higher than the tax pressure, relatively speaking, of people who were much better off. And this is important because, yes, in most cases in Africa, but also in other, relatively resource-poor areas, yes, what is collected of taxes at the municipality level, figuratively speaking, is often very low compared to what is collected more nationally. But that, even if it seems small, it can be a very heavy burden for poor people. And that is something that is often forgotten, neglected, not thought that much about, because in the larger picture it is so very important. There's very little that is collected there. These people don't pay very much. But not paying very much can be very much if you don't have very much. And this is also where people, ordinary citizens, this is where they meet this state. And as I said in my welcoming statement, the state may be weak, it may be fragile, it may be almost failing, but that doesn't mean that it's not present in people's daily life. I'd rather have started to think that's the opposite way around. The Norwegian state is obviously, it's a strong state. But by and large, in my daily life, and I think that's the same for most of my fellow Norwegians, the state is not something that we have to think very much about in our daily life. It's there, it's present, very present, but as an invisible force. It's this invisible force that means that we can get to work relatively hassle-free. There are kindergartens, there are hospitals that we can go to where most of us will get some decent treatment for free or almost for free. There are buses that goes, there is infrastructure. So it's there as a visible force, but we don't really need to think about it. But if you are, let's say, a market woman in the Badlabugo area where you have worked, Viljar, I will introduce the panelists in a second. Or perhaps a similar person operating a stall in Mogadishu. I know the Badlabugo neighborhood of Bamako in Mali much better than I know Mogadishu, but I would reckon that it's some of the same there. That, I mean, the state in some sort of configuration is something that you have to negotiate and navigate almost constantly, because it's always there in one form or another. In its weakness, it's there. In its fragility, it's there. In its sort of failedness as something that is benevolent, but it's more the opposite. It's always, you think about the state not as a problem solver, but as a trouble, something that you need to deal with, and it's not necessarily present to deal with it. Because if you are this market woman having a stall in a market in the Badlabugo neighborhood in Bamako, the tax collector comes and demands money, and you cannot pay. So the tax collector closes your little stall and say, you are not allowed to reopen it before you have paid. The problem is, of course, that the few goods that are in this stall, this woman, she has not bought them. She have either paid half of the sum that to somebody to have them, or she has them on credit. Stall is closed for 4 days. She loses everything. Because whoever she bought the goods of will come and recollect it, because she cannot pay for it. So in the end of the day, she loses her goods, but she still owns these tax collectors some money. This is the sort of extremely, she knows that this will happen, and this is the extremely difficult equation that she will have to try to find a way of getting herself out of by pleading with this tax collector, offering him some other services of different kinds, perhaps, probably not necessarily present for her, finding somebody else that she can borrow money for her so that she can pay him in order to try to sell her goods so that she can pay back what she owned to whoever she got these goods from. I mean, constantly these kind of extremely difficult negotiations and navigations, and her bargaining power may be very weak if she doesn't know somebody who knows the tax collector, so that somebody who can intervene and become a sort of middle person between her and this very low-key representative of the state. This is the reality for many people. This is what it means to live in fragility. And then the question becomes, which I will get to in a moment, but let me first sort of introduce the panel. It's a great panel we have here. I'm very happy to see Julia Dimitri again from the World Bank. Julia works out of Dakar with the World Bank and has, together with her team, spearheaded some important work that the World Bank is doing, trying to sort of look at and study and gain information about what are the conditions for taxation and building tax regimes in some of the very fragile states in her regional neighborhood. We are here talking about some of the poorest and most fragile states in the world, and in addition to their fragility, many of them are also now engulfed in an extremely violent conflict. I mean, we are talking about the Sahel states like Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, and I guess most of you know it, but if you don't know it, I mean, this is also now the foremost battleground of jihadi forces in the world. There is a desperate, violent conflict going on here. made even more complicated by the fact that there has been military coups and the new military regimes has ditched France and the West and turned towards Moscow for security collaboration, making, I guess, your work even more complicated. We have NUPI's own Viljar Håvik, who has, I know, just about to submit his PhD. Viljar has done work on issues on taxation, fragility, state building, detailed field work both in Liberia and in Mali. And then we have Gayatri Sanghal from, I hope I pronounced it almost correctly, from the Christian Michelsen Institute in Bergen. Gayatri is a political economist and works on these issues in Eastern Africa and particularly in Somalia. So I think we have a very sort of knowledgeable panel here to address these issues. So I would like to sort of first hear a little bit from the panel. I mean, how do you work on these issues? I mean, both from a research point of view, but also from Julia, from a policy point of view. How do you try to address these kind of issues in this type of states where obviously, even if this state is never absent in its citizens' lives, obviously we are still talking about quite immense administrative weakness, which also means that their capacity to, in the case of you, to absorb both technical advice, technical guidance, but also resources in order to build tax regimes is quite limited. And to Gayatri and Viljar, I mean, how have you pursued your research agendas in these kind of environments? I mean, how is it to try to work here on these kind of issues? How have you moved around in order to get information? I mean, from key actors in the state, but also from ordinary citizens. I mean, what are the citizens' perspective on this? Do people? Sometimes I'm not even certain that people realize it's tax that they are paying. It's just it's something that is just forced out of them. Does the sort of do the concept of tax here as something that you should voluntarily pay in order to receive certain benefits back? Does it even make meaning in some of these cases? I'm not really certain about that, but I would like to hear your views on this. So maybe, Julia, would you like to start?
Yeah, thank you so much. A real pleasure and a privilege to be here. As Martin mentioned, so I work on domestic resource mobilization in West Africa, Francophone Africa, and most of them are fragile conflict and violence. So, which makes my life and work quite interesting because things happen all the time, right? From coup d'etat to violence, political instability, frequent elections to legitimize political powers who came in power through different means, and I won't get into that. So a little bit when it comes to the World Bank. So the landscape, I mean, is very worsening, right? When it comes low tax to GDP ratio, the revenue structure mainly focused on indirect taxation, which raise issue when it comes to the equity. And also when it comes to the public services, right? You don't see them, they are not present, they're very limited. So all kind of development challenges that you'd think of, they exist there, and you don't need to read any World Bank or IMF or any paper. You land in the country and you see everything in the ride from the hotel to the airport at face value, and still you are a visitor there. So it's very difficult context. So how the World Bank is responding towards that? So the domestic resource mobilization agenda is at the forefront, right, when it comes. In any of the countries in Africa West, we have lending or non-lending operations. So the World Bank recognized that it is a long-term development agenda, and we need to be there, we need to be committed, even though in some cases the impact and the results are not at the level that we have expected. So in terms of the approach is that in our engagement in the country, we look at both the tax policy and the tax administration, and I'll come in terms of what are the main challenges on the tax policy side, because we see there that political economy, political support is the main factor that makes it quite difficult to make the change happen. And when it comes to the tax administration, we work with tax and customs, because in the countries that we work on, custom is an important revenue generation authority, and the transition hasn't happened yet. In terms of, as I mentioned, so we have long-term engagement through the lending and non-lending activities. And going back to the ownership, to the extent possible, and when the setting allows us to do that, so we embark and we support countries in implementing the medium-term revenue strategy or any domestic resource mobilization strategy that they have put in place. Because this gives, like, it is a strategy that has been developed so that it has some political and stakeholder buy-in. In our engagement, something, that is very important and goes to the discussion that we had in the previous panel is that, okay, so these countries, low revenue generation, high debt, most of them are debt distress, the ODA has been reduced significantly, and we don't know how bad and where we are going with that. So DRM is very important, but also how do we link DRM, the revenues being generated, with the core public services. And I'll share with you the work that we have been doing in Guinea-Bissau through the Taxpayer Perception and Compliance Cost Survey to have a better understanding in terms of what the taxpayer population think about and how do they see that. So this linkage in our engagement when it comes to the DRM, but also the PFM management and the core public services. And we at the World Bank, we reflect, and we have our independent evaluation group who looks back at the operations. And in 2023, they looked at the entire portfolio of the last 20, 30 years of the World Bank, focusing on DRM, but also with a specific focus on the FCV countries. And what we learned and what came clear from this stocktake of DRM operations is that the tax administration reform generally outperformed policy reform in achieving results, because this goes back at the core of the political economy and the political will. And some of the aspects that are very difficult, and we are working in terms of finding ways of doing things better, is when it comes to the tax expenditure. So we talked in the course of the first session in terms of the businesses are the one, Ingrid, you mentioned, are the ones who actually are paying the taxes, but also these multinational companies are the ones who are benefiting the most from all this tax expenditure, which in most of the cases are not assessed, or an inventory does not exist, not to mention in terms of what is the economic impact or the social impact on the population, so who benefits really from that. And there is no tax DRM operation at the bank that doesn't have an indicator on the tax expenditure. And what happened is that the instrument that we see being used more is this, like, promoting legal and regulatory framework in the countries. We see that in 2/3 of the operations, so practically all the actions related to the tax expenditure were reversed after the disbursement. Meaning that through our operations, we haven't been very, very efficient in terms of achieving results. So we are reflecting and we are looking in terms of how to strengthen and how to make it more difficult for the government to reverse those actions. So focusing more in terms of establishing the governance framework for managing tax expenditures. So they can be issued on the basis of clear criteria. And an important aspect is the transparency and accountability, right? So you have all these like tax breaks that the citizens, you know, the regular citizens, they don't have any understanding. So it is very important for the government in terms of assessing, but also making them transparent, and also one step further to be part of the budget law. So you have, you know, the legislative review and so on and so forth. Another aspect which is very important and we are reflecting and trying to incorporate in our operations is the issue of the informal economy. And informal economy is very important. In other countries in Africa, it's more than 80%, right? So you have 80% of the economy that is not accounted for. And usually, and we are very lucky to have today Professor McMoore, so usually all efforts related to the informal economy has been like, you know, the registration. And this is a very good indicator, right? When we report, because we brought in the tax net, 100 more, 2,000 more, and all that. But what we see is that if we focus on these street vendors, you know, the ones that is for subsistence living, the revenue impact is not significant. And also we are dealing with tax administration with limited capacity, limited resources. So, and it raises a lot of questions related to equity, but also, as you mentioned, in terms of the pay fees they pay, so the entire system tends to be regressive. So how do we tax better the informal economy and focus on the high income earners who are still included as part of it, and also the entire discussion that we had, how we can move forward in terms of taxing the high income individuals, which we know it's not easy, but it's something that is very important in terms of broadening the tax base and making the tax system effective. And one more minute?
Yeah, one more minute.
And another aspect relates with the international taxation. It was touched on. And in most of the countries that we work on, they are natural resource countries. So this is very, very present. I work in Guinea, and as a result of transfer mispricing, they lose around 2% of GDP, of the revenues. So practically, you have these sophisticated mining multinational companies who their counterpart is the tax officials who have the basic level of understanding. We hope that they have the basic level of understanding. So in terms of the tax policy, it has been very, very difficult in terms of seeing meaningful results. One point that I'll mention is that in terms of the DRM, political economy is very important. And we at the bank, we do all kinds of analysis. We have, the full list of toolkits there, right? So for us, it's very important to move beyond the technical analysis and to look at all this stakeholder engagement, mapping, who are the winners and who are the losers, and how we can reflect that accordingly. Along with these surveys for the taxpayers to better understand what are their compliance issues, how we can make an efficient tax administration to reduce the compliance cost, but also to bring in the expenditure side in terms of how the taxes are being used when it comes to the services and how the overall tax system is perceived from them. I can come back to some aspects of that. Thank you.
But Gayatri, I mean, from your perspective as a political economist working in a place like Somalia, which is not necessarily the poorest of all fragile states, do we actually know? I mean, sort of the GDP of Somalia. I'm not really certain, but there is money is being made in Somalia. People are both poor and rich in Somalia. So, but how do you work on these kind of issues? I mean, the taxation, state building in a place like Somalia, for example. What is your research agenda there?
Yeah, thank you. That's it's a great question. Somalia is actually a very, very fragile state. It's the second most fragile state, and so I think yes, and you're right. Like there is a lot of inequality. And there are people making money, but generally the poverty rate is around 54%, so it's quite high. And I think it throws a lot of the questions out. And because it experienced like 26 years of statelessness, it's really struggling with establishing essentially this relationship between building state capacity, and as Julia was saying, like how do you build tax administrative capacity in this very weak context, but also the question of the social contract becomes quite prominent, right? Like what kind of social contract do you build in the society? And I think when we do research on fragile states, we're always confronted with this problem that the social contract doesn't quite apply in the same way, right? So these are societies where states don't deliver services in the way in which, as you were outlining in your introduction, that we kind of expect maybe in Norway. And so there's this idea that, okay, so states are not delivering, state is quite weak as well. So then what kind of tax relationship do we have here? But I think also it's important, and I think why I was intrigued by this panel so much was that I think we also need to maybe question a little bit what the social contract is. So I'm going to be a little bit provocative, and I'm going to just say like 3 things that I think is like, what about the social contract, which really comes up in stark contrast. So the first is this idea of the contract being a contract. And I think that's, so it's an outcome of a bargain, right? And that's kind of what we understand it. It's iterated bargains between the state and society. And of course, it's this Enlightenment idea. So it's not there wasn't an actual agreement or consensus, but there is an outcome understanding of this. And so there is a macro social contract where there is an exchange that takes place. And that brings me to the second part, which is this exchange is on reciprocity. And there's a general idea of generalized reciprocity that we all pay into the state and we pay taxes and we get a certain return. But it's very much this idea of a fair deal. Like we perceive this reciprocity in terms of, are we getting a fair deal out of this process? And then the third aspect, which is really important, is that taxes are a monopoly of the state. And that's also something that gets really questioned. And I think you were saying earlier that, it gets really questioned. And I think in the previous panel as well, Odd Helge talked about this a little bit, was that is it really the monopoly of the state, or are various actors collecting taxes? And then what does that kind of tell us? So in my reading, there's definitely an issue with the fact that the social contract framing doesn't quite apply to these contexts. But I think that there is also epistemological limitations of this theory and probably normative limitations, which also need to be questioned within this context of fragile states. So I'm going to stop here, because then I will have other things to say. But I think we should let Vilhar also sort of come in and say. Yeah,
Viljar, I mean, I started out with an example from Balla Bogo. We probably could have mentioned similar examples from, for example, Ganta in this border town in Liberia, for example, where we have similar histories from. But when you have worked on this, because I mean, you have worked on this both in Mali and Liberia. I mean, obviously Liberia is not peaceful. I mean, there was a devastating civil war there decades ago, but it's not at least peaceful in that regard, that there's no civil war going on. I mean, Mali is a different matter. I mean, it's a really gruesome insurgency taking place with a number of actors. And it sort of points to something important that was sort of implicit in what Julia was saying, and very, very explicit in what you were saying, Gayatri, and that is that the monopoly to tax is also in a way based on the fact that somebody then need also to have a monopoly on the use of islands, which can be questioned in many of these states. But I mean, Viljar, your experiences from sort of this work in Badlabugu, which is sort of perhaps the calmest area in, not necessarily in Mali, but at least in Bamako, I mean, in many different ways. How have you gone about in the work on your PhD here? I mean, what has sort of been the crux at the matter here when it comes to trying to understand how is tax collection actually being carried out locally in Mali, and what do people think about it? And can they bargain at all? Or do some people, after all, have some bargaining power with regard to tax collection on the local level?
I can try and answer that, and distilling my PhD down to a few sentences.
Yeah,
we'll see.
That's what I asked you to do.
Yeah. Just to start, what I've tried to do in Mali and Liberia, there's sort of a good contrast within fragile states, because Mali is sort of on a downward trajectory, and Liberia is sort of perhaps emerging from fragility. What I've done in my PhD is take taxation as an expression of the authority of the state, of how the state exercises its power to tax, and what that can tell us about the relationship between state and citizens. It can tell us a lot of different things. Try to push the boundaries of what it actually can tell us, and try to see what are the limits. And if you take Badalabugu in Bamako and the work I've done there, and together with Abdul Sissé, who's here in the audience with us, we try to go down at the local government level, where different smaller taxes are collected from the people who work in the informal sector. And it's not where you get the most of the revenue, of course, but these are the taxes that affect the most people. So I will tell you perhaps a bit more about what the average citizen actually thinks about the relationship with, especially local authorities, but also national authorities. And you see different things there. You see everything from you have market women who seem to be often in a very weak bargaining position. You're in a marketplace, you have a stall selling fruits and vegetables or other things, and then in Mali you pay a daily market fee. There's also others, but the market fee is one that comes every day, and you have a tax collector who will come. The tax collector will be up in your face, handing the receipt, demanding the money. It's a small fee, but if you can't pay, your goods they told us that their goods would be confiscated. They would be taken to an office, and when you went back there, often went there to get your goods back and pay the fee, you would find your goods to be gone. And then you could ask, well, is it possible to do anything about this? And then the associations, they are organized in different associations, but they're often controlled by men who would not always take the side of the market women, for example. Then you also had, for example, retailers, shop owners. Their annual turnover is not high enough to be a formal business, so you pay a yearly business license and different small taxes, and they bargain with the local authorities, try to lower their own tax bills, and in return they promise to register more taxpayers, make it more easy for the tax authorities. Problem there is that politicians, mayors, and the tax authorities, they don't always have the incentives to uphold their end of the deal. So what you see here is that often, you find this in Liberia also, the tax relationship, it can be seen very coercive. It's a sort of a, taxation is a one-way street. There's not much in return, which creates a lot of frustration. And an important point I would like to make here is that when you see this coercive tax relationship, it's either forced tax collection or there's a lot of bargaining, paying bribes to escape taxation. You see a tax system that is lacking. But a challenge here that I've had, it's both a challenge and an opportunity, depends on how you see it, is that when the tax system functions like this, as what Helge mentioned, what kind of state does that build? What does that tell us about the relationship between state and society? If we treat it merely as a deviation from the Norwegian welfare state, for example, then it tells you what it lacks, but it doesn't tell you too much about why it functions the way it does. And that's what my PhD has been trying to get into, is that we need to get into here and look at what alternative forms of authority are actually at play here. And here, taxation can tell you a lot, and we can get into a social contract discussion here afterwards, because I think it's a very useful concept. We just limit ourselves too much to what the ideal, often the liberal democratic state is, and we don't break it up into that. It can be a lot of different things. So taxation can tell us a lot, but sometimes it has its limit, and perhaps we can get into later on Mali, where it's perhaps a case where taxation doesn't tell us everything we know about the relationship between state and society. So,
I think this points to something important, and I mean, I don't know if you agree to this, Julia, but because here you are sort of, but I do believe that, yes, I mean, the work that the World Bank has done, work that I mean, institutions like the Norwegian Tax Authority has done, and a number of others. I mean, there has been, I think there has been a tendency, because it's sort of that is the entry point either for a multilateral institution or for a bilateral partner as the Norwegian Tax Authority, sort of to enter in at the national level, to enter in at the macro level, so to speak. And in many cases, I mean, that is needed, and this is the entry point for anybody who sort of comes in as a stranger, right? I mean, you cannot sort of just dive down into a market in Badalabug or Mogadishu or whatever and say that, hey, I come from the Norwegian Tax Authority, I would like to work with your tax collectors in the market. I mean, that doesn't work. But from what we know about how things work, and that has been illustrated now by all these three sort of comments, is that there is some sort of relationship here between sort of coercion, less coercion, and trust, of course. I mean, because the kind of tax system that you described, Viljar, which I think is relatively similar to how it operates in Mogadishu, I would assume, also from what the little I know about it, you know, it's not a very efficient system. I mean, it's a system with a lot of distortions, more or less complete lack of transparency. And in that regard, it's also, in all economic terms, an inefficient system. So, but this is also where most ordinary people meet the state representatives, but also a lot of other people who also collect fees and taxes, either because they do it in tandem with the local state tax collector, or they have, you know, squeezed in due to the fact that the state do not necessarily have a complete monopoly on violence. So there are other competing authorities here that also collect tax. We know, for example, in the case of Somalia and Mogadishu, that Al-Shabaab collect fees and taxes. Yes. We know that, I mean, the jihadi in the case of Mali, I mean, they have really increased their collection of taxes. They say that they collect zakat, but I mean, what they really are, which is sort of a more Islamic religious taxation, if you like, that is supposed to go to welfare for the poor. Well, I mean, many of the jihadi fighters are poor, but I mean, I think that I still sincerely question how much they redistribute of the quote unquote zakat that they collect now in some villages, in some places, not only on a monthly basis, but on a weekly basis, right? So, could it be that a missing piece in all this puzzle? I mean, yes, it may seem extremely difficult to sort of even imagine a working, transparent tax system in some of these cases, but could an alternative be to try to, instead of trying to build this system top down, to try to start building bottom up? Obviously, it's impossible to do this in the entire Somalia or the entire Mali. I mean, for different reasons. I mean, one is that it would be too costly. Another thing would be that, I mean, parts of Somalia is still inaccessible for this because it's controlled by Al-Shabaab. Large parts of Mali would also be inaccessible. But choosing certain communes as sort of test cases to see what can be achieved, because I think that having certain sort of, how should I say, lampposts, areas where people start realizing that there is an alternative to this desperate situation that we have tried to describe here, of this almost impossible bargaining that people try to do. I'd like to start with you, Julia. Is that possible even to imagine? Is this something that may be difficult for the World Bank to get directly involved in? But I think there is a dire need to try to rethink some of these approaches, particularly because we may have become quite good at doing this in places like Tanzania. I mean, and other places where Trond and his colleagues are working. I mean, you have become quite good at this. But I'm very uncertain whether the lessons that you have learned in Tanzania and elsewhere, sort of, how much of it that actually can be sort of transplanted and applied in a place like Mali or Somalia. Julia, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. So, as I mentioned, I've been working quite a lot in Guinea-Bissau. Very, very difficult environment. I was there last week delivering training. Elections are coming, and parliament being dismissed for more than 3 years. So you can imagine. And as a task team leader of the World Bank, every time I'm in the country, the window of the opportunity of the policy dialogue with the counterpart is very limited. And it is such limited that anytime you'll have a new Director General of the Tax, of the Custom. And indeed, we work mainly in our domain with the National Tax Administration. And this situation is as difficult as it can be, right, in these settings. So there is no capacity, mainly paper-based, and all these political and security issues. And as I mentioned, so we are very keen to really understand in terms of what taxpayers think about the tax system, what are their challenges. And because our interactions are mainly at the national level, through those surveys that sometimes in part of the countries we are not even allowed to get in due to security issues, to have an understanding of how the situation is in the outer island of Guinea-Bissau that are not controlled even by this dysfunctional government. So why, in theory, I would say that it makes perfect sense, to look at some testing, piloting, what happens. We really need to transfer the knowledge from the national level and to have this local tax authority in the communes that are the most important, right? That we see that most of the taxpayers are there. And because we don't have control and visibility, or I work a lot in Chad, I haven't been outside of Jamena because I'm not allowed, for security reasons, not me, not the other international organizations. So it's like to try to have this empowered, empowered is quite, quite a lot, for these tax authorities, but to have and to intensify their communications to the other parts of the country. So they can start have an understanding that first, you have a state presence, you know, that you have the tax authority, and this is what is happening, and what are your rights and obligations. So this is something, I mean, that we have been trying, and also the tax that is, in addition to all the fees and little, you know, that are collected at the market, to also look at the property tax, right? In terms of how we can transfer and decentralize the property tax at the local level. But we're also very mindful of all the issues related with the administration of the property tax, right? In terms of the registration and the valuation and so on and so forth. So it is an approach that we need to work, but in the same time, we need to have some prerequisite in place to allow us to have space and the opportunity to be engaged.
What do you think, Gayatri? I mean, how does this function? I mean, could it function? I mean, is it possible in the case of Somalia?
I think it is, because it does happen. So if you start, again, questioning this idea of the state having monopoly over taxation, then you start seeing the different kinds of public authorities that are collecting taxes, is what you were alluding to earlier. And sometimes, and I think what's interesting is, and a lot of research has been done, I think Vanessa's research is very interesting, because she kind of talks about how a lot of the times it's done, these tax collecting authorities, these public authorities who are collecting taxes, are collecting them sometimes in competition with the state, but sometimes often as complements. So I think there's that opportunity to really work within these systems, and we call them hybrid systems of tax collection. And I think this goes back to this idea that, you know, there are various services being provided by different kinds of authorities, and also it's not just the state. And as you were talking about earlier, even in context of fragility, you don't have a vacuum of authority. But then I think this also goes back to this idea of then what does it tell us about the legitimacy of the state, right? Like, does the fact that if you have multiple authorities who are collecting taxes, sometimes maybe in a better way than the state is doing it, what does that sort of tell us about the legitimacy of the state? And this is some of the research that we've been trying to do in DRC, and we found that, in fact, even if you have multiple tax collecting authorities, it doesn't quite diminish the state's legitimacy. And understanding and unpacking that, you know, is really interesting, and maybe speaks to some of the work that you were talking about. But equally, it's also something that we need to take into account when we talk about tax burdens. So, in fact, when people are not paying formal taxes, they're paying various kinds of informal taxes, right? And I think that's also part of what we need to take into account. So it's a complex issue. I think that it does exist, and so I think we need to take into account what does exist. And especially in Somalia, it's extremely prevalent. And there are opportunities to work within hybrid structures as well. And so, yeah, that's what I would say for this question.
Cool, thank you. It just reminded me of something that came out. You remember that workshop we co-organized in Dakar, Julia? And because there was, we had brought in, several sort of representatives for both people, the sort of scant environments of people who do research on these issues in West African countries, including from the Sahel countries, but also some representatives of the tax authorities and some civil society activists. And I still remember, because it's so telling, there was it was from somebody from Mali, and they were talking about customs. Because, as you rightly pointed out, customs is is for many of these countries one of the most important sort of sources of revenue. And this guy was saying that, yeah, customs, he said, we don't like them, because they charge too much, and it's again no transparency, unpredictable, fees goes up and down and so. But then he added, if the custom officers run away, then we know it's really dangerous. So the customs was also seen as some sort of signpost of the state, and if the custom officers disappeared, then they knew that, well, then it's about time also for the locals to pack up, because then things would get really, really nasty and dangerous in that area. So they were also, often, the customs are both the first signpost of the state and the last signpost of the state. Why is that the case? Because these states is to solve much depends on revenues from the customs. But Viljar, I mean, property tax was mentioned here by Julia, and I think that you have things to say about the property tax, and particularly with regard to Liberia. Because Liberia is interesting, as you said. I mean, is it sort of quickly emerging out of fragility? I'm not so certain about that, but at least it is on a slightly different and better trajectory than several of the states in its neighborhood, and particularly the Francophone conflict-prone states now. But they have done something with property tax that also sort of points towards perhaps the first attempt at actually reforming this state.
Yep. Yeah, we can... Liberian property tax, I can give us a very practical example of an attempt to reform a tax system and bring services closer to people, especially people living outside the capital area, and try to create more of a fiscal social contract link, actually. So Liberia, it's a weak and very centralized state. The best image of this is that the president controls, it's very centered on the presidency. The president appoints over 2,000 officials from ministers and down to mayors. There's no local elections here. So a lot of power centered here. Revenue is collected at the central level. But since 2018, they've been trying to engage in decentralization reforms. It's going slow, but you have a very tangible attempt at building local capacity for revenue collection, and that's something they call the 50-50, which is establishing a system for collecting property tax through pilot testing, and 50% of the collected revenue would stay at the county level. They call it the region. There are 15 regions, and then 50% will go to the central revenue authority. And we tried to piggyback on the implementation on these test pilots to talk with people. What do you think about this? Is there something good? What should the revenue be used for? And then whether do you trust it to come something out of this? And there are some positive notes here and a lot of challenges, which is most people think this is a brilliant idea. It's the first time that proper tax revenue source is decentralized in Liberia and attempted. But the interesting thing was that usually people would follow up with a but. But I don't trust the politicians to make anything good out of this. I don't trust the state that it will actually make this into something lasting. And when you spoke with local officials, you also got the same trust issues on the other side of the coin. Local officials from local tax authority offices saying that it's a very good idea, we should try it, but they didn't trust people to be willing to register their properties and pay taxes. But positive note there was that actually most people said, I'll be willing to register my property, I'll give it a couple of years try, but if nothing comes out of it, and people would almost always people would point at their own eyes and point down to the ears that if I don't see anything tangible, anything visible, then I will stop paying the property tax. You also had someone who say, I don't trust the state, I will never trust the state and I won't pay anything. But so the positive note here is that while these pilots have died down, they registered lots of properties but never got to the tax collection process itself. It didn't result in revenue because they relied on donor funding and some central government funding that never arrived. But the positive note was that, sorry, I lost my thread. Yes, that people would be willing to pay. They would be willing to pay taxes, but the improvement needs to be very quick, short, and visible. And the basic things that people will say that is just refurbishing the local health clinic, build farm to market roads, very basic roads, these kinds of, or lights in the streets, these kinds of basic things. Then you will sort of nudge in and get the trust going. The problem here, the big challenge here is, of course, that officials say we need the money first and then we can do it. People say we need to see the services first and then we're going to start trusting the state. But there was some willingness to get this going. So that was really interesting. Yeah.
I think that is an important message. I will open it up for questions now, but I mean this about there is compliance and the visibility on key performance indicators is absolutely crucial. If one is to sort of even start thinking about establishing and improve the relationships between citizens and ruling elites. Whether it's, we call it a social contract, call it a social bond or a fiscal contract, I think is of less importance. But I mean, trust. But trust doesn't come because somebody says that you should trust me, because there are populations here who have learned for generations after generation that trusting something that politicians say they will do is not necessarily the smartest thing that you do. But let's open it up for some questions. We have, we can take 15 more minutes. So I hope there are some questions and reactions to this. So let's see. Please. Yes. Yep.
I'm wondering.
Sorry, please use them. And please introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Jacob, and I'm an intern at Tax Justice Norway. So, yeah, I'm wondering. You talked about both top-down and bottom-up approaches, but I'm thinking, do you think the solution here could be like combining them in a sense, or do you think there's like the option is better than the other? For instance, we can see that. I don't know if this is top-down, but you can see the UN Convention coming up in some years with more inclusion on source-based taxation. And I'm wondering what you think about that, and if that could improve the development, especially in fragile states. And also if this combination with bottom-up approaches could be, I don't know, the solution. Yeah.
Yes, Lucas.
Thank you very much. I was following the discussion, and of course, if you look at the emphasis on countries, has been on domestic resource mobilization, and a lot of efforts have been put into that, starting revenue authorities as part of reforming to increase revenue, and we have seen a lot of improvements in that direction, but very little attention has been on the expenditure side. And of course, when you look at the expenditure, we are always depending on the reports that are produced by the Auditor General, to show whether there has been leakage. And the focus of the Controller and Auditor General has been whether value for money and whether the money was spent on public expenditure. So even if the money is spent to buy an airplane for a president, it doesn't matter as long as the value of that money is equivalent to the value of the money that was spent is equivalent to the value of the airplane. But then the airplane has nothing to do with the development of the country, especially for poor country like Tanzania. So what are your views about thinking now on focusing on the expenditure, perhaps thinking of expenditure authority, which can advise the government on the better way to spend in a way that it has a bearing on economic development? Because too much attention has been on the collection, but throwing away after collection. Thank you.
Yes, Andreas in the back there.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Chifundo. I'm a researcher at IDOS. So my first question, maybe for the World Bank, given the context that political leaders are sometimes unwilling to pursue tax reforms that increase transparency and accountability, what actions do you take to achieve these goals? And are there any limits to how far you can do? Like, do you ever come to a point whereby you say, this is enough, this is how far we can go, we cannot continue on this? And to the researchers, considering the sensitivity of the matter and the fact that fragile states have lack capacity and probably that might come with challenges on data issues. How best do you do your research in these countries, in this context? Do you come to situations whereby you're not able to get data, you're not able to get information from some stakeholders? How far do you push on that? And or are you doing your research completely sidelining state institutions?
Thank you. I think we then have the final comments from the panel, because there is a lunch coming up and we are already a little bit over time for it. So Julia, we would like to start and then we go this way.
Yeah. So in terms of the question on the DRM, specific question for the World Bank, I wish that day would come that in the countries that I work on, in FCVs, I would say we have achieved all the objectives and there is nothing more to do. So even in the other countries, right, not only in the other regions, still DRM is considered very, very important, and there is still a lot that can be done, right? And you have why, when it comes to the Africa, we have a specific set of issues and challenges that, because we are starting from the basics, from scratch, let's say basics, but even for advanced revenue authorities, there is a lot that can be done. In terms of how to move the DRM agenda for impact at scale, and this is something that is quite innovative at the World Bank through the new instruments that we are currently using, is this program for results. So what is the core of that? Mainly in the past, we have these investment lendings, right? We'll put the IT systems, we'll have all this investment happenings for the tax and customs. And I can share you a lot of country examples that even though a lot of money was spent in terms of putting the IT systems in place, they were never used for obvious reasons. Political resistance, the change management was not there, the communication internally in the tax administration, externally when it comes to the taxpayers. So that now the new approach is why the World Bank is investing in all these systems, right? You name it. We are going to push the envelope, and the disbursement from the World Bank side are going to happen when we see that those systems have been used. Let me give you an example. For the government of Senegal, high priority, and we have Abdul here, high priority is invoicing for the VAT, right? So they have included in their government program. The World Bank is supporting. But we also know that the World Bank invested in this IFMI system, which for political reason was not used 4 years ago. So the disbursement of the World Bank through the program for results will happen when we see the incremental change that more and more taxpayers, VAT taxpayers, are using the e-invoicing. So this is the logic and the approach that we are using more and more in the country engagements to move towards the results, to move towards that. We see that what we are investing is being used, and we see changes happening and impact at scale. And something that is very important, and it was touched on during the first panel, is that we are leveraging and we're working more with all these regional organizations. So you have West Africa Economic Monetary Unit, you have ECOWAS, each and any of them, they have the DRM directives, and most of the countries are moving towards the alignment with these directives. So it is, the World Bank, the IMF, or the ATAF, the African Tax Administration. So we can see in terms of to have some kind of sustainability in place, right? Because the challenges are quite common among the tax administration. So how we can enhance their capacities, but also to have that critical mass of bureaucrats or technical staff who know and have the capacity to deliver on the mandate. Do you want me to touch on DRM and expenditure side from the World Bank perspective and the one sentence?
One sentence.
One sentence. So even till 2015, most of the focus actually has been on the expenditure side, expenditure efficiency, the public expenditure financial accountability assessment. Only in 2015, when Addis Ababa, came in, so finally, the DRM agenda is at the forefront. And now, as you rightly mentioned, we need to collect more, we need to collect better, but in the same time, we also need to spend better. So that's why in our operations, we are trying to create that linkage between the DRM engagement, but also the PFM part and the core public services. Because in the typical, theoretical, the PFM also includes the DRM part of that, the PFM cycle. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Viljar?
Can take a couple of the questions. Just a small example on the expenditure side and how getting value for money. It's this 50-50 pile, these 50-50 pilots, they actually arose out of an experience with deconcentrating public services out into the regions, and when government allocations fail to arrive to these, they call them county service centers, where you issue birth certificates, driver's licenses, and many sets of services. They had to close down when they lacked funding, and many services were re-centralized. So this attempt to get public services out into the regions, to get it out to those who need it the most, they were very, very vulnerable to this fiscal structure in Liberia, where most of the revenue is controlled at the center, and then you depend on the center being willing to disperse the funding. And this is the system where if the center doesn't want to do it for some reason, it can be difficult to do anything about it. So then the local revenue collection part that came as a result of that. So that points to some degree to that also, that at least in some contexts, while it's really, really difficult and it has its own disadvantages, there may need to be some level of fiscal autonomy for subnational authorities to spend the money where they think it's most useful. And then just on the last questions on research, on how to do research in these environments, then I had a personally very, very differing field experience between Mali and Liberia. Mali, with an authoritarian government, don't like Westerners. It was really tough to do field research, especially getting in touch with state officials. State officials were mostly either didn't want to talk to us, or they were afraid to say much, or they wanted to be cited as something other than working for the government. So hence it was much, for very practical reasons, it was much easier to work on the local government level and within the informal sector and small taxes, while doing work on the national level was very tough. Liberia, very different, much more open. People were willing to talk as long as you could prove or really say that you were not from the Liberian Revenue Authority coming to take your money. So yeah.
Thank you for the questions. So I'm going to start with the question about who is best to collect taxes. So I think it has to be both. But it also matters, like sometimes when with other authorities, non-state authorities collecting taxes, sometimes they are more efficient because they seem to know communities a little bit better. They have a better sense of who's rich and who's poor. So sometimes they have a better sense of efficiency. But also a lot of the times they have better legitimacy. So sometimes it works better, and that's what we were saying, for the state to work in hybrid arrangements because of the legitimacy aspect. And I think this goes back, like not all taxes can be collected by these authorities. Some people are just better to collect certain other kinds of taxes. So I think that's why we also need to see this, we need this balancing act of who's best placed. And these are the questions, who's efficient in these contexts and best placed to collect them, and who has best knowledge about what taxpayers can also afford to pay. On the question of DRM, I think that's really important. I mean, DRM and PFM, as Julia was saying, they're two sides of the same coin. They're supposed to be. But this also goes back to like what we understand by what is the expectation of the kinds of goods and services or the public services that are supposed to be provided. And I think this is a larger question of how we are framing these state-society relationships and the role that taxation plays in it. And I think there is a bigger conversation also to be had about what we understand as the duties of the state and what is the provision that we need to provide. And maybe there are framings beyond social contract. For instance, as the SDG goals put it, right? Those are sustainable development goals. This is important for minimum standard of living. These are human rights standards. So I think there are alternative framings out there which exist, and I think we can often draw upon them also to define what we understand more broadly as the kinds of goods and services to be provided. And thank you for asking the question about research. It's always difficult to do research in these contexts. And yeah, Somalia does present, it's quite difficult. And also I had the fortune of doing this research during COVID, so that was exciting. But I think always working with government officials is really important because I think that we forget that these are also people who are trying to do the best that they can given the resources that they have. And a lot of the times they are the most knowledgeable and they understand, and I think we need to listen to them more often than we do. So yeah, I try to listen to them. So thank you.
Thank you. I mean, I'm going to we're ending now, but let me just sort of say that, I mean, it may seem that sort of, why should we even bother about this in these kind of states? Well, I mean, the question to that is really quite simple, because, I mean, if this is probably one of the few ways out, one of the few pathways out of both fragility and conflict. And if we are not able to sort of, in big or small ways, assist and improve the service delivery of these states, and in order to improve it, they also need to have a more secure resource base. Well, they are going to be outcompeted by others because they don't have a monopoly on violence. In the case of Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, right now, I mean, for many people, I mean, to the extent that they have any services at all, it's not from the state, it's from the Islamists to whom they are paying the zakat, and who do provide some justice, do provide at times some law and order, of course, are extremely coercive in their approach to telling people how to live, what to wear and not to wear, and all these kind of things. But and their version of justice is swift and brutal. But if the alternative is no justice, I mean, the swift and brutal justice of the jihadi is preferable, even if they also rob, steal cattle. They also at times retrieve cattle from other cattle raiders. So I mean, and right now it's not so difficult for them to outcompete the state, particularly in rural areas, because the state is, when it comes to service delivery, almost completely absent, and to the extent that it's present, it's not as a problem solver, but as a key troublemaker, and often also a source of gross human rights violations in some cases, unfortunately, in some of the cases, countries where you work, Julia. So I don't see any challenge, any alternative to continue trying, because there isn't. The alternative is basically to say that everything is impossible. And I don't think we can allow ourselves to say that, both for ethical reasons, but also for very sort of realist reasons in a way, because there are security challenges that Somalia and the situation in Somalia represent a security challenge, first and foremost for the Somalis themselves, but also for the situation. There is a relationship here to the situation in Yemen, international shipping. A complete breakdown in the Sahel would have devastating consequences for those that work there, for neighboring countries, but also for Europe, and again also for the international trade, due to the fact that it thereby could also come to affect important hubs in the global capitalist trade system, as Tema in Accra, Lomé, Cotonou, and so on. So thank you for a stimulating conversation. And there is now, I believe, some lunch served also in the back of the room, I believe. So please help yourself. But and we started a little late, so I think we can allow ourselves. So if we try to start up again, not at 2 o'clock, but 2:15, that would be perfect. Thank you. Oh yeah, the drunk guy. So I leave all presentation and so on to you. Yeah, just take it. Hello, everybody. I'm sorry to break up the lunch break, but we need to get going again. So if you could please start taking your seats again, that would be wonderful. I am not going to do anything in this session apart from listening to what I believe will be an interesting conversation. But I'm just going to say that this session will be moderated by Hector Ulua from the Norwegian University of Life Sciences. So I'll leave other presentations of the panel to you. But please start.
Thank you. Is this working? Yes, perfect. Yeah, so this is the last panel for the day, right?
Yes.
Yes. So thanks for asking me to moderate this. I hope this will be a very interesting discussion. My name is Hector Ulloa. I work as Outreach Director at Skatteforsk Center for Tax Research, which is a research center outside of Oslo here at the Norwegian University of Life Sciences. So what we're going to be looking at for the next hour and some minutes will be at how illicit financial flows, tax havens, kind of like why are they a reality in today's world? How were they before? And what has happened in these past 10 years? And also trying to connect it with some current processes like the UN Tax Convention, and look at this policy cycle as well. I want to have some reflections on that and kind of like what changes have happened, what remains, and also what was the process to reach those changes, because I think there's a lot to learn in that cycle. So to help me with this conversation, I'm very lucky to have with me both Andreas Fjellskår from Tax Justice Norway and Sonny Kapoor from Redefine. I see that this is a small room with people that know each other, so I don't think we need longer introductions maybe. So I'll just jump straight into that, and I just want to start. You'll both have introductory remarks to talk about this question, like what's changed in the past 10 years around financial secrecy and capital flight. But just to open this from our side, from Skatteforsk Research Center, I wanted to start also with a very quick reflection on kind of like how we perceive these changes. And what we have looked at is that, as in many other policy areas, we see that it's the same cycle where what is being requested is often framed as, impossible or crazy until the point when it is actually implemented, and then it's very obvious, right? Like when you hear now people talk about country-by-country reporting, when you talk about beneficial ownership registries, everyone's like, yeah, of course you need that, right? But then you go back, and then it was the crazy people, the ones that were advocating for this, and it was completely impossible. It was impractical. We didn't have the tools to do that kind of thing. And that's something that we see, and we also see that as we have changes in the policy frameworks, there always pops up something new. What we have seen at Skatteforsk, for example, with better knowledge of financial offshore wealth, is that there are other areas that then stay in that gap and people try to go towards there. So what we have done in some work on that regard is real estate, for example, and how then real estate, when you have good cross-border information about financial assets, then it seems like real estate is provides more opacity now, and then there is kind of like a shift towards also using this real estate market to also hide assets, for example, or hide wealth. We have done some research on that in Dubai that has received some wide attention, and once again, it's the same cycle, right? Because now last week, the OECD presented the first proposal on how to then have a country exchange of information on real estate ownership. So we see that that role that academia or civil society plays in kind of like putting some light on the gaps that emerge eventually can lead to these small fixes. So I just wanted to use that example on something that has changed in the past 10 years, for example, where we have better exchange of information. There was a gap with real estate. It seems like now we're trying to catch up then with that. But I want to hear now from the panelists. So I'll start with Sony. If you could give us, in a short introductory way, kind of like what's changed in the past 10 years around financial secrecy and capital flight. Very big question.
Let me take a longer perspective, and that's partly to excuse myself, because unlike Andreas, I don't follow this on a day-by-day basis anymore, right? So this is when I was an investment banker, and Enron was my biggest counterparty. And as Enron started collapsing, we realized, and our portfolio was significantly in profit with Enron's, but we had derivative deals with Enron PLC United Kingdom, several Enron entities in the United States, some in Asia, and a lot of them were LLCs, limited liability companies in Cayman Islands and so on and so forth. And what we realized as we were winding the portfolio down was that the number of against the Enron entities that had real assets in real countries, we would often be able to recover 90 cents to the dollar because those assets sort of had some value. But across a number of dimensions where our deals were with Enron, LLC, Cayman Islands, etc., it was just basically a write-off, right? And I then realized that this wasn't just an Enron problem; it was sort of systemic. And I remember when I spent years working on the global financial crisis. So at the time it failed, I think Lehman had 700-something subsidiaries. And so that was one of my sort of points of interest in this. The second one was when I was growing up in India, our politics was heavily tainted by, I don't know if this made it to this side of the world, the Bofors gun scandal. And the idea was there were Bofors guns from Switzerland that apparently was a deal arranged for the then prime minister and his family, and billions were paid into secret Swiss bank accounts. So, this idea of sort of bank secrecy, bribery, corruption, its linkages was something that loomed large on my consciousness. And the Enron thing really, brought it home sort of on a day-to-day basis. And the third aspect was, again, I studied economics, I did engineering, and I've always had an emotional interest. I've never studied development, but I've worked off and on in and out of development issues, and it's been an issue of emotional interest. And of course, I knew about how much capital flight undermined developing economies, and how, where value was created and where value was captured were entirely different things. So these were sort of the three things that were on my mind that led me to write a piece, I think in 2001, which was read by a guy called John Christensen, who came up to me, and then together we set up the Tax Justice Network. And the idea was to address this triple issue of regulatory, financial arbitrage leading to financial instability, undermining of development, and the related issue of corruption, because they are inseparable, right? Now, if you ask my honest opinion as to whether our idealism of, 25 years, 24 years back, and what we had hoped to accomplish has delivered, I'm not sure I'm in a position to even say whether the world is better off from a financial secrecy perspective now than it was 25 years back. On some issues, clearly progress has been made. But, on some others, there's been a lot of backsliding. And again, if you see all these estimates for capital flight, etc., and as someone who's sort of contributed to that literature, most of them are very unreliable. But again, if someone were to be able to get an accurate estimate of tax arbitrage, tax loss, capital flight, criminal enterprise, again, I'm not sure we are better off, right? But what I am sure of is, had we not done that, had all of the other actions that followed, had we not worked with, the U.S. Senate on Elise being in the House Subcommittee on Investigations that led to new regulation, the Foreign Corrupt Bribery Practices Act, FATCA, bank secrecy laws, tax for development program here, and all the policy stuff that followed, we would be even worse off, right? And those are two related but different things. So in a way, inaction is not a choice, because inaction would have led to a significant further deterioration of the financial stability, corruption, criminal, and integrity of tax system landscape. So it's a cat and mouse game, and if you have the character for and the resilience and the mental frame to be engaged in battles that are always one step forward, two steps back, two steps forward, one step back, there is no clear victory, right? The best you can hope to do is to stop the situation getting worse, and that's what our community is engaged in. And I think we've done a reasonably good job in making sure that things are not significantly worse than they would have been had our community not existed. And for that, we should pat ourselves on the back. But, if our expectation was, which it was back in those naive days, that, tax systems will be fair, bank secrecy will be outlawed, regulatory arbitrage will be done away with, etc. It was the naivety of youth, which is good to have, because that gets you to act. But that's my honest assessment of sort of where we are.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. And we'll get back to this estimates thing. I have some questions that I want to touch upon that. But before we go to that, Andreas, what changed in the past 10 years? I'll just also grab my phone so I make sure I don't keep you for longer than...
Well, it's a very good background from you, Sonny. And as you said, this has been a lot of the things we're talking about, a lot of the policies, like the tax justice ABC, we call it, like automatic exchange of information, beneficial ownership registers, country-by-country reporting. A lot of these came from Tax Justice Network and Global Alliance for Tax Justice. It didn't come from like the OECD or somebody. It didn't say we need this. It came from a lot of the civil society also. So I don't think we had been where we are if nobody cared. Yeah, agreed. I don't think so. But then my point is, I think from my perspective now, I can't say I have the full youth and engagement, but at least I have engagement still. But we say we have a lot of these, but they are not fully implemented. Several people have said bank secrecy is over. It's not over. We have some information exchange, yes, on bank information. And we have reports from the EU Tax Observatory. Maybe we have like 10% of wealth is hidden in offshore. And before, a lot of it, almost all of it was not reported. Maybe today, half of it is reported. But then we can come to the next issue, which is a really big issue in Norway also. We have some reports, but do we actually have the control and implement the control and get the actual money? And we have several cases in Norway also. And there, I know for a fact there will be more coming forward. But I think the big thing is we have a lot of policy issues have come up. We have implemented some, but we have still a big gap to actually implement them fully, to actually make sort of a system that is at least not that full of loopholes. But again, we have the ABCs, sort of. We have some automatic information. We have some beneficial ownership register. In Norway, the parliament said in 2015 we want a beneficial ownership register. It took 10 years, and now it's sort of there. But we are doing a full analysis now. The report will come 13th of November. I hope to see you there at Pressens Hus. Then we've downloaded now all the information available in the Norwegian Beneficial Ownership Register. It's full of holes, I won't say much, but it will be interesting. And who actually owns things in Norway. We have country by country reporting in Norway, but it's full of holes. And we're not covering. Why isn't all countries included? Who is benefiting from only including some countries? Because there is big forces at stake here that says, no, we should not include all countries. Why? There is no real logical reason to not say, if you want the privilege of trading in my country, or in all countries, you should report how much tax you're paying. How much profit shifting are you doing? It doesn't make sense. And we have reports from Norway again. The tax loss carry forward, fremforbart underskudd, it could amount to something like at least 1,000 billion Norwegian kroner in Norway. It's enormous, and that's just in Norway. And that is from companies that are successful. They're making lots of money. When you just look at like sort of the accounts, but when you look at the tax accounts, they're losing, and they will almost never pay profits in Norway. One exception is a lot of the oil companies, because there we have much more, we do annual, sort of much more diligent controls. But the oil accountants in Norway, they even say we have to do it every year, because or else we're going to get screwed. And some of them said we did one account, one company, 5 billion NOK, just for one company. And that's like a couple of accountants have to do that. So I think the control is the big issue now. We have some policies, they're sort of implemented, we need to fill the gaps, and then we actually need control. In Norway, we are all into efficiency, digitalizing. Everything has to be easy, digital, but where is the control?
Yeah.
And a lot of people from tax authorities, and it's like we are moving away from control because we have trust. Trust doesn't work.
Not always.
Well, yeah, even in the tax authorities here, but we have finance ministry people here, extremely bright people, but we need to change to like close the loopholes, and we need control, because people are not paying taxes all over the place just to be happy. Yeah.
Can I just, thanks a lot, Andreas. Just on this, before we go and talk about the estimates, just because you touch upon right now, like, yes, there's been some progress, but what then, if we can be a bit more concrete, both of you, if you can come with one or two examples of kind of like concrete channels that despite the progress, you would say, here is a very concrete situation where we still are kind of like losing revenue, or there's capital fight because this hasn't been solved. If you could come with one or two challenges.
I mean, cryptocurrencies, right? That's just one example. The second, of course, you know, the big rollback of the American tax regulatory state, you know, the wholesale firing of tax auditors, the suspension of the Foreign Corrupt Bribery Act, the sort of deliberate dangling of, you know, I mean, what can only be called bribery incentives, and the changing of sort of culture, because whatever we think of the United States, right? I mean, for many, many years, it was the threat of American action. And most recently, I think BNP Paribas got caught up in dealing in Sudan, right? That has sort of been the disciplining force in global capital, the fear of American sanctions. And now, you know, the US is sort of taking the lead, enabling, and all of this is, and you know, there are those who say this is a temporary aberration, but that's what they said with Trump 1.0. So who knows? But both of those, for example, are macro significant examples where things have got significantly worse.
Thank you. Andreas, do you have some?
I think the big one would be digital cross-border services, and of course that is American companies for the most part. But you have big cases in Norway. We have worked together with journalists on. Dagbladet, small Norwegian newspaper, is paying a lot more taxes in Norway than Facebook or Google. But that isn't really strange, because if you're in the tax authority, then Facebook doesn't have revenue in Norway. They don't have revenue because they don't have physical presence here. And that's sort of like the old main sort of comical things about the tax system, because the tax system still operates with ancient rules. You have to have a physical office and presence. It's like I try to explain this to my 9-year-old son, and he's like, but it can't work like that. You're like adults. You could just make different rules. But you have to have physical presence in a country. But he lives in a world where everything is digital. He speaks to friends in Poland, which he met in summer holiday. But he's like, but what are the boundaries between Norway and Sweden and Denmark? There are no boundaries. It's digital.
The good old days when it was all about driving across the border and getting a car full of alcohol and meat. Right?
Yeah. But that's like the nexus is you have to have physical presence, for instance, for the tax authority to tax Facebook revenue in Norway. But it's like, but they're selling it from Ireland. Yeah. So they have great revenue in Ireland, but it has nothing to do with Norway. Isn't that amazing? What a system. So it's really super rigged for the cross-border digital services, at least. Yeah.
Thank you. And then talking about that, so the numbers, right? Because you say
may I come in on this a little bit more, right? So let's be fair. It's not, I mean, this is a non-trivial matter of where value is created and where value is captured. And there's been a sort of long discussion, but amongst entirely well-meaning, ethical, well-informed, reasonable people, and I've done this with my students at the EUI, you put them in a room and you say, okay, this is how Apple is working, this is where the iPhone is manufactured, this is where the trademarks are held, this is where it's sold. What is a fair apportionment of the profits and hence the tax? And very reasonable people with the exact same knowledge will come up with significantly different answers, right? But the one thing that is clear is that the present way it's done is entirely screwed up. But beyond that, as to, so we know roughly what direction we need to move in, but it's not clear what the end destination is, so it's a non-trivial, serious problem. So let's be fair. Number two, the services issue is of critical importance, and regulation, be it in finance or more broadly, is always a game of catch-up. And the economic reality, to quote some numbers, so peak lockdown in Corona, 70% of EU GDP and 70% of American GDP was delivered remotely, right? And if it can be done from across the street, it can be done from across the border, across the seas. As an example, there's no reason why a bright Indian sitting in his native village around Pondicherry cannot be managing the equity portfolio of NBIM, right? I mean, and in some ways, that's a desirable world we want to go to, right? We want to be able to do that. And what Corona did was it normalized the remote delivery of high value-added services. And in fact, in my day job, I'm working on globalization 2.0, and I'm fairly sure that despite all the anti-globalization backlash and the rhetoric and the bad news coming from the other side of the Atlantic, we could potentially be at the cusp of a great, uber successful globalization 2.0, this time led by a globalization of cross-border trade and services, because the last chapter was done with goods, the old-fashioned economy that was sort of easy to tax. And if, services are 60, 70% of our economy and rising, clearly you can't get a haircut from a fantastic barber in Delhi, but there's no reason why, your tax and accounts and consulting and banking, etc., can't be done there. And that's where we're going to end up. So that then means that what was a relatively contained issue of trying to balance where employees are, where trademarks or copyrights are held, where customers are, and where you are taxed already in the manufacturing landscape, where, you know, at least iPhones are still real, even though a lot of value is captured by services, right, by copyright, etc. But when 78% of our economy is services and half of them are traded across borders, this problem is going to be become, you know, completely at another scale, right? So whatever the problem and the complexity we face with being able to capture trade in cross-border services, it's probably going to be tenfold more difficult over the next 10 to 15 years. And it is a non-trivial issue.
Thank you. I remember now when you mentioned that maybe the only hurdle is time zones. I was recently in South Africa, and they were talking about how that's the perfect spot, because they were like, yeah, you can have a remote work. You're in the same time zone as in Europe. So you just keep your European job working remotely with better weather. And I was like, that's the only thing that kind of limits, right? If you want to have a good sleeping schedule or something, it was like time zone is the only thing you need to look into. But let's talk a little bit about the estimates that you mentioned, Sony. So we know that when we talk about illicit financial flows, capital flights and all of this, it's things that are kind of like, there is an intention of keeping this hidden, right? So you cannot really know the scope of them. However, there have been advances in kind of like the estimates that you can build, how you can compare these estimates. And this is something that is completely relevant for the research environment, right? How can we make it even better? So I just wanted to hear your opinion, both of you, on kind of like, what's the frontier now? What have we learned about these estimates? Like, I mean, it's always kind of like, you can use in policy saying like, you know, it's even worse than you see it, but that also doesn't really help, because you would actually want to know exactly what's the scope of the problem. But where are we right now with these estimates and this frontier? Linking it with research, for example, what's left to be done, or what thing has worked or not, if you have any opinions on that.
Yeah, it's a big question, of course. You have the big estimates from what is like the global assets versus liabilities. You can just see the world is missing a lot of ownership. You have a lot of liabilities, but nobody has, like 10% of the assets are just gone in offshore places. You have some good, of course, numbers from country by country reporting, but it's full of holes. Australia has now the best regulation. They came with it last year. Norway could just follow that, of course, include a lot of countries. But when I speak to Australian colleagues, it's like we have a lot of pressure. They get phones from the US, from the EU, from a lot of the big companies. Why do you want this comprehensive country-by-country reporting? It's very competition sensitive. It ruins everything. But they are still doing it. So that would be one fantastic way of doing it. But then it's sort of the three big things you need to get information of is like the portfolio investments, which private persons, of course, hiding their wealth portfolio. And then you have the paper profits or the profit shifting, which really just country by country done really well for all countries could give probably very good estimates. And then you have, of course, sort of more foreign direct investments and the companies moving to Ireland to sell to all European countries. And how do you catch all that? Well, even Facebook is actually writing themselves how much revenue they have in Norway. It's only the tax authority in Norway that doesn't have the information, sort of, because they say it themselves. We sell for billions in Norway, but the tax authority aren't allowed to use those numbers because they have zero sales in Norway. So, yeah, just some reflections at least.
Okay, I have a slightly orthogonal perspective. So so this must have been, I think, 2007 or something. I got economy crime, the finance ministry, the tax department, and the foreign ministry, and I can't remember, and the central bank, so the 5 actors in a room. And the idea was we we wanted to set up an interdisciplinary team. So this is like the parable of the 5 blind men and the elephant, right? So as long as, so everybody, so first of all, there's sort of core data, and then there's the context in which that data can be understood, right? So let's say that everybody has data, but without context, and some people don't have data. So a lot of data is collected or can be collected by various public authorities, but often because of understandable historical reasons, what is with the central bank is often, it doesn't make its way to the tax authorities. What's with the tax authorities doesn't make its way to the financial regulator, and so on and so forth. So one of the ideas was we wanted to replicate, there used to be, I don't know if it still exists, a very good Australian example called Austrac. Is that what it was called? Yeah, so it was this collaboration between the security regulators, the central bank, the finance ministry, the tax authorities, and the accounting authorities that was able to share and pool the data and understand what was going on. So rather than just everybody understanding this is the ear of the elephant or the trunk, they could see the elephant. And that helped bring it several $1 billion of Australian dollars of revenue back in the day, and that was the model sort of we tried to get Norway to have. And I can't remember what happened to it because I left Norway after that, and I don't remember if that was ever followed up on. But that is one big issue. And then something similar. So when I worked on EU financial regulation in the Euro crisis, right? So the GFC produced, independent of the tax issue, for financial stability reasons, a massive spike in the amount of data, transaction by transaction level financial data that was collected, mostly across financial stability authorities and central banks, right? So in the US, they set up an Office for Financial Research. Within the US Treasury, the ECB suddenly got access to a lot of data from depositories, etc. But in all of those, and partly because of lobbying, there was a clear effort made that that data will not be available to tax authorities, right? So there is, sorry, this is, I said this was going to be an orthogonal answer. The point is that, we are in this sort of very contradictory, strange, cognitive dissonance space, where on the one hand, everything is being digitized, right? Everything is available. All our transactions are VIPs or digital banks, etc. Central banks, trading, everything happens online. And now with, stable coins, digital euro, digital yuan, etc. So if public authorities really wanted to, they would have access in a way that simply wasn't possible before. And one would think that this would significantly reduce the amount of, capital tax arbitrage, capital fly tax arbitrage, etc., that is trying to evade that attention. But it doesn't happen, and it's partly by design, but there's a lot of potential there. And the second is that, in this context, and this happens, so in some ways, right, the successes we've had in reducing bank secrecy in some places and increasing transaction in the beneficial ownership disclosure, etc. Whatever is left remaining, it makes it even more attractive, right? So the fewer other tax havens there are, the fewer Delaware-like entities there are that are able to disguise ownership, etc. The more attractive it is for those remaining. So there will always be holdouts, right? And we've seen this shift as, Dubai and Singapore, etc., have emerged as the new sort of holdouts. Third, and on the transaction, on the estimate stuff, etc., right? So I was part of that initial team that came up with estimates, and let's be honest amongst friends, there was some science to it. We tried, right? But I wouldn't rely on that, at least, not within plus minus 50% or so, right? I mean, it was a little bit of this, but it was sort of a big enough number, trillion and a half, or whatever, the estimate from, I think, Raymond Baker was in 2005. And I experienced this firsthand. So when I was at the IMF, I set up the housing finance program at the IMF. And what's really very strange to think about is, so housing, it's a single largest asset class, right? And for many of you, I think it's your biggest source of wealth. It's the asset class most implicated in the worst financial crisis. It's the biggest risk on bank balance sheets, etc. And yet, if you look at economic research, including at the Fund Bank, OECD, and everywhere else, and universities, done on housing versus stock markets, the ratio of academic outputs is something like 100:1. And that's because, and this is a terrible indictment of our profession as economists, there's this parable of somebody looking for a key under a street light, and somebody asks, hey, what happened? It's like, I'm looking for my key. Oh, did you lose it here? No, I lost it there. But why are you looking here? Because that's where the light is, right? So as economics has gone from what used to be, branches of the moral philosophy into econometrics, essentially physics envy, everybody is going for data. And there's tick-by-tick data available on stocks that it is easy to put in an Excel sheet and come up with a model or a template and publish a paper. And if you wanted to do a PhD on housing, you would spend the first 4 years of your PhD building a data set. And 5th year, maybe you'll be able to do something, right? So this is the problem that afflicts all estimates to do with capital flights, right? So at the macro level, again, having looked closely at the IMF balance of payment statistics, there's clearly a lot of missing data, but it's nothing you can hope to resolve, because the incentives from individual researchers to the systemic level problems are so big, the obstacles are so big, that the best you can hope for is to come up with something that looks like this.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks. I'll just jump in with a couple of perspectives on this.
Perfect.
From the research side. First, on what you were asking about the data usage. It's not gotten better, sadly. No. Just this year, so it's in Norwegian, but if you're interested in this topic, we have a policy note called From Vision to Reality, how the public sector in Norway can better utilize data. And all the challenges that you mentioned are the same challenges that we have mapped in contact with the Economic Crime Unit, the Tax Administration, the Health Disbursement, HELFO, and Ministry of Finance was also there, like all across the public sector is still this same dilemma of you cannot utilize, there's regulatory hurdles, you don't have the...
GDPR.
Yeah, GDPR is one, but it was more about having the kind of like the legal basis to utilize it across.
Can I just come in for a sec here, right? I mean, I've become more respectful of those, particularly given what's happened in the U.S. And I don't know if you know the story of the big Leviathan, right? I mean, the whole history of the big state, the big brother always watching, and you see this happening in the U.S. Where all the tax data that were, including from the illegal immigrants, etc., that was supposed to be confidential, it's completely been weaponized. Those mortgage forms you sign, it's being weaponized and politically. So all it takes, and that's a very salutary example that reminds us that these safeguards and Chinese walls across different regulators, etc., exist for a reason. Because in the wrong hands,
it becomes wrong.
They can so easily be weaponized, and we are potentially one election away from getting into the wrong hands. So it's a balancing act.
It's a balance, 100%. Yeah.
We need 2 elections.
Yeah, and then just talking about the estimates here, a reflection maybe that is useful for the researchers. I think what you mentioned about kind of like where you're looking at, right? And what are the incentives? I think that's where we have seen that there's a big problem. So, for example, we collaborate a lot with the EU Tax Observatory on this platform called the Atlas of the Offshore World. There you can see estimates on profit shifting, effective tax rates, offshore wealth, offshore real estate. And it's precisely that incentive, like when you have top quality researchers, right, trying to get into the next top journal, next publication. You can find one good model, but then you have no incentive to kind of like relook at it or rebuild it if you already publish it once, right? And these kind of cross-sector collaborations between research institutions, civil society, or funders like NURED, for example, trying to say, like, okay, we'll try to find a way to create this incentive to have more like easily accessible data, I think has proven to give at least some results. But once again, it's just estimates, right? But what we have seen now is that when you have those estimates, as new regulations come in place, for example, with the Common Reporting Standard now, then the next step is that, okay, what you have of the estimates versus the new data, how can you then compare those two and find the new gap and then try to model the new gap? And like you're slowly, very slowly kind of like closing that gap little bit by little bit is where I would say that the frontier is at the moment, where you're trying to build kind of like estimating the gap of the gap now, which is a bit better, I would say, or it gives me a little of a little bit of optimism.
But at some level, right? I mean, the objective is to improve things. The objective is policy action, and I think as long as you are roughly within sort of an order of magnitude that this gap is far too big, unacceptable, the prompt for policy action is there. And whether to try and narrow that gap to plus minus 5% margin, 10%, 20% margin has limited value. At some point, the main value to be extracted from a credible tax gap or estimates of capital flight, etc., the additional incremental value is limited.
Yeah, no, but it's on the policy side, right? How do you plug those holes? But now, maybe moving away then from the research and estimates into something a bit more concrete that is going on as we speak, UN Tax Convention. And as you're following this process, you have been at some of the meetings as well as the negotiation meetings. So what would you consider then, with all of this background of what's not working and what's left to do? Are there some concrete things that this tax convention you think can actually solve? What will it be used for?
Yes, I definitely think it can solve a lot of things. I have followed the last 3 sessions, and I will try to follow everything in between. We have people also here from finance and the foreign ministry, which is also following it. How to start? I think it's important to know that the UN is an arena. The UN doesn't have a mandate to say this is how we are going to do it. It is member states, but the UN is a very good arena where every country has one vote. In the OECD, which of course has a lot of brilliant people and everything, but it's a small regional club. 38 from GDP point of view, of course, it's a large proportion of the world. But in the number of countries, it's 38 countries. So, of course, the whole Global South is not really included. In the UN, the Global South is larger. It's more votes. So, as I've discussed with several people, it's sort of the balance is shifted. In the OECD, you had the Global North had the power to dictate more. Now you are in the UN, an arena with one country, one vote, and then the majority is in the Global South. So a risk now is, of course, that the Global South will use that power, which is a good thing, sort of, but as you said, if there is 1, 2, 5 countries left that could be tax havens, then it's not really useful if the Global South votes through a really strong UN tax convention that doesn't include 10 of the biggest countries. Then the Global South will have a winner's curse, sort of. Yes, we have the perfect tax convention.
Just no one follows it.
But the 10 biggest countries isn't on board. And the US has said, really, you will. And then we're not talking only tax. You will probably get the full fury of the US if you really implement this, sort of. But again, this can. I think it can, and I think a lot of it will, because a lot of countries now doesn't have the opportunity to say no, because almost all countries have sky-high debt. They are using extreme amounts of money just to pay interests, and the welfare system is down, in most countries. You can't sort of just take welfare systems in every country to 0 or minus. You could, but it's not a lot to go on. And you have really big debt. So I think there's actually an incentive for a lot of the countries to want to make this work. A big problem in the UN Tax Convention is really practical things that are sort of just stupid. They have a secretariat of probably 3-4 people. This is a process that is like once in a generation. 193 countries can come together and say, we need this. But then you have a secretariat which is almost non-existent. So you can't really just, as in the OECD, say we need an analysis of this, and you get it. Because there is no people. And the UN funding is nowhere to be found, and it's dropping. So there won't be a lot of people coming in and saving the situation. But this is a super, just amazing opportunity to have full tax cooperation, at least on some level, and you can have a framework agreement, and then you can work on that for several years to come through a COP, and you can have those mechanisms. So if you can at least get Global South North a sort of a balanced minimum principles-based convention, that would be fantastic. And I think a lot of also EU countries and other would really need it. Because the time where you could just protect the mobile capital with secrecy is sort of over for a lot of countries. The US being an exception, but that's more a philosophy thing. If you just want to go that way, that's a different ball game, of course. But I don't think the EU countries or the Global South can afford it. So, yeah.
We'll talk a little bit more about this, the political cost and kind of the power dynamics there. But before we talk about that, just very quickly, Sony, what do you think this UN convention which gaps can it fill that we haven't been able to fill through the OECD or through bilateral agreements or through other means?
With the big caveat that I don't follow this on a regular basis. One big issue is that the Global South is not a coherent, cohesive entity, right? All the small Caribbean, small island states that we normally think of as sort of tax havens, they are Global South. Many of them legitimately suffering from existential risk of climate change, etc. And they have their corner of what they think of as their developmental model, and integral to that is being tax havens, right? So it's not that the system was unfair and rigged and shifted revenues from the Global South to the North because the OECD convention was the sort of leading one, and everything would now suddenly be much fairer, and hence more tax revenue will flow to Global South, right? I mean, so that's one. Second, I think the tax convention is important. I mean, a UN system is important because of the much bigger issues, like the one we discussed, of the impending rise in cross-border delivery of services, right? And the rise of digitization, where it becomes even harder to answer the question of where value is created, where it should be captured, where it should be taxed, right? And at a sort of meta level, I mean, to give you an example again, and you were right. I mean, the U.S. extrajudiciality, right, threatening to impose sanctions or punish any country that supports either the digital tax or something else or the other, right? But to give an example, so we are should Bangladeshi textile workers be considered to be adding significantly higher value to the H&M supply chain, or the copyrights and the designer labels held in sort of Swedish entities or wherever, or the consumers who buy H&M in Norway and the US and everywhere else, right? And at some level, to go along the lines of some of the discussions, right? If you move, the more you move to a sort of consumer-based tax system, saying that is where value is created, without EU consumers, 450 million, etc., nobody would be able to sort of do their business. It actually screws the global south even more, right? Because they are sort of the production havens. And whether it's in terms of minerals or the number of workers that will be coming into these supply chains, etc. So again, it's not obvious. So again, is this necessary? Yes. Is this overdue? Yes. Will it have to grapple with very big, deep existential issues? Yes. But it's not obvious to me that this will be successful in significantly tilting the system in favor of the global south.
Follow up on that one, Andreas, because and I support the process entirely. But just talking about
I have a lot of things I want to say.
Political costs. You mentioned political costs, right? For the global south, like you need this tax convention because you need more revenue. Your welfare systems are collapsing. Okay, yes, but also there is a political cost from the fact that when it's not in this forum, there is a set of countries that have a system that is benefiting them at the moment. Why would they step out of that, or how do you come to terms with these two groups in this negotiation, having then a convention that will actually be implemented in some way in the future?
Yes. Well, to put it this way, I would, first of all, in the UN Tax Convention, it's hard conversations, of course, because every country is sovereign. This is very hard. I think most of the countries would benefit from having a more, of course, harmonized, at least acknowledging that we have now a global, digital, borderless economy. Where is value created? What is value creation? Who creates value? And so on. So at least acknowledging that. That could be like one big principle in the UN Tax Convention. But one of the main things, I don't know if the finance ministry is happy, but I think you have some of the smartest people, some of the best specialists from finance ministries now coming into the UN. In a lot of other processes, you of course have a lot of the foreign affairs
diplomats,
people, which may be more interested in like getting really big, principled ideas through.
Yeah. Value-based.
Just value-based principles coming in there and say, because when you have a lot of the best tax experts from finance ministries around the globe sitting in this room, they used to sit together in the OECD. Now they sort of just moved to the UN. But in the UN, you could use that time not to get into the details before later. You need the super experts on tax, of course, but you could say in the UN, secrecy, everybody agree, secrecy, financial secrecy, we want to end it. You cannot have secret bank accounts, secret housing, secret ownership. That's finished. You could agree on some principles like that. Tax competition is harmful for everybody. Really big principles. Of course, you need really good tax experts dealing with how to implement that. But if you could get just the really big principles up there, then I think that would be better. And I think that is maybe harder now because you have some of the best tax experts sitting there. At least some of the civil society think we should have more really high-level discussions and get the principle value-based in there. And maybe that would actually make it easier. But then again, they have made it even harder for themselves because they agreed that we are negotiating the convention and two protocols together simultaneously. And then, of course, what goes into the convention, what goes into the protocol, maybe it's there, we don't know. And for the 3 times I've been in the UN, a lot of the time just goes through, I don't know what this means. Should it go in the convention? Should it go in the and that is just so waste of time. It's incredible. And it's like, but we could have really big principle value discussions.
Yeah.
Is secrecy good for anything? Why is financial secrecy good? Does it serve 99% of the population or just 1%? Well, yeah, it's obvious. Even though we don't have precise numbers, we know 99% of people don't really benefit much from secrecy. It's just the people that owns everything. We could just agree on that. Yeah.
Thank you. That was a very good answer to that. It was a tough question.
May I?
Yes, before you go, because we're almost running out of time. So I want to open for questions. So you'll be on a different topic, but you both get a very quick 1-2 minutes comment, because I don't want to leave without touching this, and it's on corporate taxation. So we have the process now, OECD Pillar 2, we had a minimum taxation on the multinationals. A lot of people are saying that simply, like, some people would present this when I ask what has changed in the past 10 years. Some people will say, like, oh, you see, now we have a global minimum tax on multinationals. Other people are simply like, that's dead, it's not working. Do you have any opinion, like, is this dead? Was it useful for something? What's the next step? Yeah. If you have any opinions on the global minimum tax.
Well, I mean, globally, corporate taxes roughly halved from about 40% in sort of the 80s to about 20% or thereabouts now, right? And as you were saying, fiscally, particularly in rich economies, right, we are in such challenging times outside of this country that there is a desperate need for more fiscal revenue. And so I think the general direction, there will be, you know, a little bit chicken and egg, 1 step forward, 2 steps back, but the world will need to move to higher rates of corporate taxation, which cannot really be had nowadays in this 21st century economy without that sort of minimum pillar, etc. So whatever it looks now with the idiosyncrasies of the present American administration, it's just a matter of time before that is implemented in a manner that has some significant teeth. So I'm optimistic about the direction of corporate taxation.
Okay. Andreas, any comment?
No, I think it's good. And again, from the UN, it's about taxing rights and it's about taxing level. And some of the ideas and the principles are good from the OECD and the Inclusive Forum. Of course, we should have a minimum tax. But could sort of the UN also think more of a reform? We should move away from transfer pricing system because it's a big fiction. There isn't a company big company in the world that doesn't sort of use that system to the fullest and or transfer mispricing. Of course it is. Yeah. You could go to unitary taxation, also trouble there. But it's probably smaller.
What unit?
Yeah. Right? Yeah. Of course. But today we have a fiction that we know loses maybe $500 billion a year. That's the best estimate from the State of Tax Justice, at least. So of course, but it's capacity. It's capacity in the global south. Could they actually do it? And what are the problems there? But that's the same with if like 180 countries sign the UN Tax Convention. Okay, we move to that system. 180 countries. Then you have the 10 biggest economies not going into the UN Tax Convention system. That would be 2 different systems with a lot of like bullshit. But today we have a system filled with a lot of the same bullshit, just on another part. So it's like we could actually get 185 countries maybe going into the UN Tax Convention, and then,
make things simpler. A bit simpler.
Maybe.
Yeah. Okay, good. Thanks a lot. We're going to open very quickly 3-4 questions from the audience. So raise your hand. I don't know how you've been doing this, if there's a microphone or... yes, there's a microphone. Okay, let's start here.
Hi, my name is Tora and I volunteer at Tax Justice Norway. I was just wondering, because you discussed that the Tax Justice Network and others have come up with ideas like country-by-country reporting and unitary taxation, and we have the UN Convention. But on the other hand, we have the facilitators for the multinationals, like the tax lawyers, that seems to be like 1 or 10 steps ahead all of the time. So like, do you think it's important to try and tackle that problem first before the suggested solutions would have any effect? Or like, and how would you go about trying to tackle that problem with the facilitators? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's try to take, if there's more questions, just raise your hand. Here's another one.
Thank you. I'm just curious because this is, I don't know, but I would guess. I mean, I think it's, Sonny, you mentioned the new digital economy, cryptocurrencies, and so on and so forth. I mean, obviously, I mean, this is, I don't know if you can call it a race, but I mean, there has been attempts at regulate. So there has been some institutional innovations with regard to regulation. And as one could expect, I mean, as everybody thinks it's nice if everybody else is regulated, but I don't want to be regulated, or I want to be the regulated. There is innovations also on the other side. And here things have happened extremely quickly. I mean, since these things started, the journey that both you and Andreas talked about, right? It's been enormous innovations with regard to the digitalization of the economy, of finance, of services, but also with regard to the new cryptocurrencies and so on. I just read something interesting on the plane last night on in The Economist. This was about narcotics and smuggling, and I mean how they claim that now with Trump's new version 2003 on war on drugs, I mean that and the bombing of these small Venezuelan ships, that he basically was trying to fight the version of wholesale narcotic smuggling that existed in the 80s, where you had sort of a kingpin on the top that controlled the whole chain, and now it's all been diffused. So I was just wondering, I mean, sort of, is that in any way sort of similar to what we are facing now? That to some extent, and I'm not to be critical about the UN processes and so on, Andreas, but are we in a way trying to regulate something that has become something else? I don't know. It's just a question out of curiosity, but it seems to me that having the two of you on stage is sort of one way that possibly can sort of satisfy my curiosity. Thank you.
Thank you. We have time for one more question if there's anyone in the room there.
I just wanted to ask about the corporate income tax, the Globe Agreement, and then just like I'm wondering why it was set at 15% initially. Like why is it set at 15%, like the minimum threshold? I mean, I think when you guys were talking about, you know, it was 30%, 20%, and now it's 15%, which is the minimum.
Which would be better?
Which would be better, but it's still like quite a low minimum. Is perhaps just to understand, and also like what's happening with the high net worth individuals, like what is the convention status around wealth tax essentially? Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. So let's start with facilitators. What do we do with facilitators? Can we change the incentives? They earn a lot of money doing that. So
you want to start?
Go ahead. I'll go ahead.
As with all tax evasion, it is extremely profitable to be a tax lawyer, accountant, all of this. It's just the incentives is totally extreme. So it has to be regulated, or it has to at least be disclosure. If you're using your the lawyer's taushetsplikt,
client
privilege, you're using that for tax planning. Of course, nobody is really benefiting from that, other than the sort of ultra rich. But we tried in Norway. We had like offentlig utredning. We had like the government
white paper.
Yeah, white paper sort of on that. It wasn't really easy in Norway either. So the lawyers are fighting back. It's super powerful. But that sort of brings me over to the crypto sort of thing. Because I think, yes, we are maybe trying to regulate things that is going to change so fundamentally. Because I think it was in Delaware or in some of the states in the US, they are not, beneficial ownership registers are not necessary almost, because they say we want to move ownership registers to sort of the same technology as Bitcoin. It's just on the blockchain. So then you could, in practice, actually say that we don't know who owns this, because it can change by the second. So who needs a beneficial ownership register if you can change ownership on seconds, just on the blockchain? Who owns it? Tax authority? Well, of course, we'll not know, because it can change. And if you look at who owns things once a year, of course, you don't know. It has changed thousands of times even during the year. So yes, maybe beneficial ownership registers is going to be complete obsolete if you just move on to the Bitcoin crypto ownership registers. If you allow that, then who owns things? We don't know. So yeah, maybe we're just trying to move a lot of steps behind what we should. Yeah.
Well, so I don't know if this still holds, but back in the day when I used to do this more, I used to spend more time on this, there was a concept of walking trusts. And walking trusts were trusts often in one of the one of the Caribbean islands, where the act of asking a question about who was the beneficial owner of that trust automatically dissolved the trust and moved its assets to another jurisdiction and another trust. And it was the trust that owned secret bank accounts in Switzerland through LLC that was, again, registered in yet another island, right? So it was Russian doll level of secrecy. It's layer upon layer upon layer. And this remains a very real problem. I mean, let me give you a real-life example. So I helped design the first 3 rounds of the Russia sanctions when the Ukraine war broke out. So I worked with Canada and the EU. And an honest, and whatever the media narrative is, the most honest answer to whether sanctions, which were backed, right, by the same extrajudicial, power of the American government, the EU, SWIFT, everything else, right? We had all the stuff, all the tools that you would want the financial authorities to have, right? Sanctions were a significant failure, right? I mean, they were far less effective than what our baseline assumption was in designing those sanctions. And that is why, you've needed additional layers upon layers upon layers. So even the long arm of, follow the money, FBI, extrajudicial, US authorities, etc., has its real limits in the real world. And this, in some ways, going to get on the one hand, and it goes going back to the cat and mouse game, right? So there are several developments. I mean, if you remember in the Greek debt crisis, it was satellite imageries of houses with swimming pools that led tax authorities who cross-checked that those households were hardly paying any taxes, to then put all these additional claims of taxes, etc. Right? So on the one hand, we have more information, fewer and fewer real life or digital or financial transactions that can escape scrutiny. On the other hand, right, the incentives to do so, the upside, the triple-digit, financial returns on offer from regulatory and tax arbitrage, etc., or if anything, even higher. And so, again, we are not without agency, and that's why I came to sort of speak here, right? So we are not passive observers in this cat and mouse game. We have agency, and by perhaps being ahead of the game, by thinking already about what this future, as you were saying, new global digital economy is moving to, rather than backward-looking policy action that addresses the problem in the past, making sure that the new tools coming online are best designed to end up with a system that is fairer, with more transparency, fewer opportunities for arbitrage. That's sort of the best we can do. But again, we are not without agency. Let's use it, because we may not solve the problem because the problem is unsolvable, but we will end up with a world that is better than it would be if we did not use our agency.
Thank you.
Very good.
We have a couple of,
the last one, we didn't answer the corporate tax. Why is it 15%?
Why 15%, and what is being done on the wealth tax?
Yes. Why is it 15%? Actually, the U.S., maybe someone from the finance ministry was actually there, so I'm not, but at least from what I know, it was supposed, the U.S. proposed 21%, I think. So then everybody thought, yeah, it's going to be 21. But then some sort of secret lobby thing, and then everybody agreed on 15.
But I think that's a very good reality check on how these political things work. The U.S. is the biggest economy, so why 15%? That's what the biggest economy would agree to. So the U.S. was okay with the 15%.
Point. I mean, you mentioned, very well qualified finance ministry colleagues and all of that, which is true. But for every
when they're here.
but for every highly qualified finance ministry colleague, there are 10 lobbies getting 10 times their salary, who are fighting the cause on the other side, and with the state of political party financing and political donations being again the assumption, and it's a nice assumption to have, that somehow people getting together in this room care more about the interest of the 99% rather than the 1%. but it's, I'm not sure that holds in real life. And then there's another problem which I've observed often. The most competent finance ministry colleagues, tax experts, especially when they've built up capacity and networks, etc., often get headhunted by one of the accounting majors, etc., for if you look at ex-US Treasury senior officials being tax partners, etc., at KPMG, it's a revolving door. Yeah. And it's not just an American problem.
To the ultra-high net worth, that was proposed as one of the protocols. So everybody agreed more or less on cross-border services as the first protocol. Then the Africa group said we want high net worth individuals as the second protocols. Then the EU sort of wanted dispute resolution, but then the agreement was dispute resolution as one early protocol and cross-border services. So it's one of the top contenders for the next protocol in the UN.
So it will be discussed in the future.
Absolutely, it has been discussed also, but at least for the protocols, it's maybe the third or the fourth protocol. We don't really know, maybe, but
Good, thank you. So just to wrap up, very final question. So maybe not in this room, but usually outside of this room, people often think that tax has financial secrecy. That's not an issue that I feel on the day-to-day, right? Why should I care? It's too complicated. It's the tax lawyers. So just to wrap up, if you can very briefly say, from your experience working with these topics, what is kind of the persuasive argument you would have on why secrecy hurts the average citizen? And what kind of evidence has helped you to show that when you meet the average Joe on the streets? Very quickly, 30, 40 seconds.
Yeah, no, you start. You start.
Well, the amounts of money are okay. So tax systems, right, and especially some trust-based tax systems in this country, they work on the assumption that roughly there'll be 10-20% of people who will always bend the rules. there'll be 10-20% who will always follow the rules, but like 70-80% follow the rules if they think others are following the rules, right? And what this does is it eats at that fundamental premise, and particularly with rising levels of inequality that is in your face on a day-to-day basis, the system is rigged. And we know the responses that has produced politically on the United States and elsewhere, that is also coming here. So the single most important reason to engage and to care about this is we need to make sure that the perception that the system is rigged against the common man does not take hold here. Because if it does not lead to good outcomes, as we've seen. And the truth is the system is rigged.
I'll stop you there. Thank you.
That I would say, okay, did you know that the wealthiest 0.1% can choose if they want to pay tax? Did you know that? Because the tax system is rigged, so we can only tax immobile assets, which is wages and consumption. 99% of the people have wages and consumption. The richest 1% have capital gains and dividends, and they can choose if they want to be taxed or not, or they can just postpone it till forever. In Norway, the richest 0.01% pays 8% taxes. How much do you pay?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for this conversation to both of you, for everyone being here. Thanks.
Veldig bra.
Ja.
So hope to see you all tomorrow at 10 o'clock, same place.